Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias, bon dia, bonjour, buongiorno. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here today, even though virtually with all of you. We are here as a old coffee community, and we're sharing the same passion and commitment toward a sustainable coffee sector, and especially now against this dramatic COVID-19 pandemic. Today's seminar, COVID-19 Impact on the World Coffee Sector and Mitigating Measures, is part of the 126th session of the International Coffee Council that is taking place, again, virtually as of tomorrow. Now, I would like to share just a few technical details. Well, all the registered attendees, we all will be muted. Sorry, I think. So this is, of course, to avoid any background sounds. So all the attendees, all of you, now we have already quite a large number. We have about almost 500 registered. We'll be encouraged to send questions to the panelists and to the speakers through the Gotowebinar question box. You can see that in the screen. In this special occasion, because this is part of the ICO Council, members and observers of the ICO, but also all the Sherpa of the Coffee Public-Private Task Force are also allowed to make intervention from the floor. So you can raise your hand virtually, and this is something you can see in the screen. There is a little hand there, so you just click it, and then you will be in line with possibility to intervene verbally. Now, what is very important that it's quite complex to manage all that. I say, especially with this large number of people. So please be very concise, also in both in verbal and written questions, and preferably specify to who you're addressing your question. Just an additional point I'd like to make is that the recording of the seminar will be made available after the seminar, so you can also follow up. Now, let me add that also, for all the speakers in these sessions, I mean, if you are, of course, you are welcome to stay in both the two sessions 1 and 2, if your busy schedule allows that. And as there is no interpretation yet that we could manage through this online seminar, so I'd like everybody to ask quite slowly so that also our non-English speaking attendees, like me, like many of us, can follow. Another point I'd like to make regarding timing. Well, the timing is that we will have an opening remarks, and then the timing will be managed, and there will be some introduction, some keynotes and speeches and presentations, and then we have 2 resource persons that first will ask questions to the participants, to the speakers, and then the audience as well. Finally, that in today's discussion, what also would be very important is that, with all the dramatic impact that we have on all our life, and unfortunately so many people have lost their life, that we want to have an attention, a special attention today on impact on coffee producers, especially the so many millions of smallholder farmers, what measure can be taken to alleviate the negative impact. Now, what are the main objectives of the seminar? The seminar is been conceived and prepared with the main objective is to provide ICO members first, but all the coffee stakeholders and partners with an up-to-date assessment of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is on the global economy as a whole, on agriculture and commodity sector, but then specifically also on the world coffee sector in relation to the demand, the supply, and the livelihoods of farmers. And then, of course, we want to share this analysis and outlook among all of us, but also including, I say, all the other interested parties. They contribute or work towards a sustainable livelihood for the coffee sector. Then, of course, this is not just to discuss, but also to invite everybody to, in the debate, to identify the critical issues that need to be addressed in the short, medium, and the long term. And finally, and that is, I think, also very important, very unique on this seminar, we want to also identify what are the mitigation measures to this impact of the pandemic, but what resources also should be made available in terms of investment in sustainability, in terms of alleviating the burden on coffee sector. So these are the main objectives of the seminar, and what I would like now to show you very briefly the agenda that is also was available on the website. Well, first of all, we, I think we have successfully set up all the connections. This is my first introduction, and then we'll have the open remarks, but Imam Baggio, who is the chair of the International Coffee Council this coffee year, but is also the Director General of the Ministry of Trade in Indonesia. And after that, we'll have a session 1 on assessment of impact of COVID-19 on the world of coffee, and presentation will be by the speakers, and then it will be, I will be presenting you shortly. Then we'll have a short break. After that, now this break normally we try to make a bit longer, but we want to give more time for interaction. So the interaction here with the speakers and with the resource person will be from 12:20 to 1 o'clock British Summer Time. Then very short break just to stand up and stretch a little bit. Then we go straight to session number 2 on mitigation measures and resources. And again, we have the possibility to hear from some leading and top speakers, and then again go back to interaction before some closing remark again from the chair of the council and the executive director of the ICO. Now, well, last point before we starting is that is something I want to apologize that we have as I mentioned, really the top speakers with us. Well, there is something that we tried that we have not been successful is to have a proper gender balance. Some panelists that we have been approaching were unfortunately not available today, but I think that I will invite all the women attending and today to speak up and intervene, so to make their voice heard. I think without further ado, I have the pleasure now to go to the first formal opening, and the opening remarks that will be from Mr. Iman Pambagio, the Director General of International Trade, the Minister of Trade in Indonesia and Chair of the Council. You have the floor, sir.
Excellency Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives, and High Commissioners, Honorable Heads of Delegation and ICO Executive Director, distinguished speakers, moderator, distinguished heads of international organizations, CEOs, and leaders of coffee industries, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the virtual seminar, COVID-19 Impact on the World Coffee Sector and Mitigation Measures. My name is Iman Pambagio, the Director General for International Trade Negotiation at the Ministry of Trade of Indonesia, and I'm today speaking in my capacity as the Chairman of the ICO Council, a task given to me since last September. This is my first official engagement with the ICO, and I do appreciate the opportunity to serve the organization with all of its members and partners, coffee producers, exporters, importers, and their respective governments, academia, and of course, relevant international organizations. We gather this week on the occasion of the 126th session of the ICO Council in what I can label as the most unprecedented situation the organization has ever encountered. This is due to the spread of COVID-19 which has caused major disruption in our economies, on the flows of trade, on the ways we enjoy coffee in our offices and coffee shops, and on the livelihood of all coffee stakeholders along the coffee value chains. On that note, on behalf of Indonesian people and government and the entire coffee industry of ICO members, I would like to humbly offer our deepest sympathy to the grieving families, relatives, and friends who have lost their beloved ones to the pandemic. We share with the families of the departed the feelings of great loss at this time of trial. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, no one knows for how long the COVID-19 will stay with us, but we can be certain that the impacts of the pandemic on the coffee sector will only exacerbate the already challenging circumstances we have been experiencing in current years concerning the volatile prices of coffee. The hardest hit segment of the situation have been the coffee farmers and their families in coffee producing countries. But with the coming of COVID-19, everybody is now affected, from small farmers, distributors, exporters, importers, to retailers and consumers. Therefore, I could not stress enough the importance of today's seminar. We joined the webinar, which brings together both exporting and importing countries and over 400 coffee stakeholders, together with donors and development partners. This includes such key institutions as the World Bank, the European Commission, Food and Agriculture Organization, Specialty Coffee Association, IDH, the Sustainable Trade Initiative, World Bank, and London School of Economics. We gather today to better understand the impact of COVID-19 on the coffee value chains and how we can mitigate the impacts in a holistic way. I believe it is in the right order for the seminar to also take up the question of what funds are needed and available to the coffee sector to mitigate the impacts and how ICO members and their farmers can access those funds. Individually, our responses to current situation vary across the membership of the organization. In Indonesia, for example, the government adopts a 5-year plan to support the horticulture sectors, including coffee, by developing, replanting, and rehabilitation programs. Recently, the government introduced the Gracida initiative, an Indonesian abbreviation which stands for, if I may translate it into plain English, as Action to Boost Production, Added Value, and Competitiveness of the Agriculture Sector, which definitely include coffee. The objective of such an initiative are to increase the production by 35%, increase export by 300%, improve working opportunity in agriculture sector by 25%, to increase the agriculture GDP by 25%, attract 525,000 millennials to work in agriculture sectors, and to support 12,500 micro and small and medium-sized business in agriculture sector across the archipelago. There are in total 17 coffee producing provinces in Indonesia, and we have been known as coffee enthusiasts for centuries. Hence, there is no need for a rocket science to understand why the government of Indonesia puts in place some policies to promote the consumption of coffee in the country. These policies include a mandatory standard for instant coffee, the introduction of online distribution of ready-to-drink coffee under the campaign hashtags of One in Coffee, and holding of the National Coffee Days since 2018 in the month of March. All this becomes more important these days as we are confronting the impact of the COVID-19. Distinguished panelists, moderator, and participants, I wish that our seminar today can help us to fully understand the magnitude of the impact of COVID-19 on the coffee sector along its value chains, with a special focus on micro and small and medium businesses, as well as small farmers, which represent the majority of our constituents. It is also expected that our seminar today can carefully examine ideas which may be transformed into policy recommendation on ways to address simultaneously the challenges of volatile coffee prices and major disruption caused by COVID-19. It is important to bear in mind that we need a holistic approach to addressing the challenges in the coffee sector, and whatever recommendation to be proposed, they need the support of international community, as we are talking about the livelihood of the most vulnerable parts of the equation, that is coffee farmers and their families. So with that, I wish all of us a productive and inspiring seminar. Thank you. Gerardo, back to you.
Thank you very much, Iman, and thank you very, very much. I appreciate your very important initial remark, and also to share with us what Indonesia is doing. I think that is also very interesting, good practice that we'll be able to build on in today's discussion. So thank you very much. And then I'd like to give the floor to the ICO Executive Director, Joseph Seche, who will give us an overview from ICO perspective about the ICO by the pandemic. You have the floor, Jose.
Well, hello everybody. Good evening, afternoon, morning, or early morning, as it may be to you all. Welcome to this seminar. I really wish that we could be together physically. I miss all of, especially our delegates. This is the week of our council session, so I miss meeting you personally, sharing, having a cup of coffee together. But these are unprecedented times, as the chair of the council just said. Here at the ICO, we have not stopped because of the crisis. We are working from home, but we are in addition to doing our regular work, we are adapting our work program to the crisis. And so we would like to share with the audience some preliminary thoughts. And the next slide, please. And this is a map put together by Johns Hopkins University in the USA, showing the spread of COVID-19, and we know that the whole virus began in Asia, then moved to Europe, next to North America, and the focus now is on South America, my home continent, and also where many of the audience come from. But the situation is still fluid, and I would just note that the cases in Africa have just surpassed the mark of 150,000. So we may be moving to a new center of all these propagation of the disease. Next, please, Christoph. And what has been our response? We have mobilized our key functions to respond to COVID-19. The statistics and economics teams are hard at work. We are a unique forum for discussion among coffee stakeholders, both in the public sector and the private sector. And this seminar is a demonstration of this. And we are seeking to create awareness of the impact of COVID on the coffee sector to mobilize technical and financial support. What forms do our actions take? We are monitoring developments by collecting and exchanging data. We are analyzing this information and sharing it with you, and we seek to identify the mitigation strategies for implementation by the public and private sectors. And it's important to note that in this work, we count on the friendship, the support, the partnership we have with leading international organizations, international financial institutions and research institutes. You have some of them there, their logos. I would particularly like to point out the International Food Policy Research Institute, which we recently did a joint study on price volatility of coffee. Next slide, please. Yes, and COVID has come as an additional shock on top of what we've already come to call the coffee price crisis. I'd just like to remind you that since 2016, we have experienced a broadly negative trend in coffee prices, which are about 30% below the average of the last 10 years. I'd like to call your attention to the graph on the left, which shows the ICO composite indicator. This indicator is a broad-based average of all the main types of coffee. And the shaded area on the red represents the time period since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 to be a global pandemic, which was in mid-March. So we saw first a spike in prices and now a fall, and the indicator is right now back below the $1 per pound mark. On the right side, you see some information on price volatility. This is from our study with IFPRI, and what the results of the study were that both the composite indicator and the New York futures price showed a high volatility until the middle and towards the end of May. Over that period, most other soft commodities were not more volatile than before the pandemic. However, since the middle of May, volatility has fallen significantly, and we are back in what IFPRI classifies as a green range, which is a period characterized by low price volatility. Moving on. And so coming back to the study on we did with IFPRI, this identified various drivers of volatility on the supply side. And you see that the first is the disruption of supply chains in terms of delays of shipments, lack of container space, the social distancing measures in the ports have led to some bottlenecks, and all of this against a backdrop of relatively low stocks in both exporting and importing countries. Another way in which the crisis has manifested itself is through labor supply. There are many restrictions on travel of seasonal laborers who are migrant in many cases, in many countries. Many countries have declared coffee to be an essential activity, and in order to help mitigate this, but labor supply is still a question mark. And the third important way in which COVID has impacted the supply side is a lack of liquidity, reduced investment. And this is both in the short term in terms of seasonal inputs, in terms of working capital, but also in terms of long-term investment. And this combined with the reduction in public services could negatively affect productivity in the future. And on the demand side, how has COVID impacted? This we analyzed in a paper called Coffee Break #1, which analyzed the relationship between coffee consumption and GDP growth to see what were the main impacts. Now, today, our economic growth is slowing. We have a prospect of recession that could lead to lower coffee consumption. But we must always bear in mind that the demand for coffee is quite highly inelastic. Another possible impact and probable impact is consumers becoming more price sensitive and switching to cheaper brands and cheaper blends. And the third impact is on out-of-home versus at-home consumption. Most of the out-of-home outlets have been closed in many countries. So there is a switch to at-home consumption, but it is unclear yet whether this will compensate the loss of out-of-home consumption. And then we have to bear in mind the non-fundamental factors, which are from outside the coffee sector, the most important of which is the currency devaluation in some countries, especially in Brazil and in Colombia, and also the impact of non-commercial traders in the futures market, as we saw in the question of volatility. It's important to note here that the demand and supply shocks along the value chain appear at different points in time. For example, the supply chain disruptions appeared very early on. The impact on demand will take more time to filter through the value chain, and we must wait until for some time to have a proper evaluation. Always bear in mind that the IMF is predicting a global recession of a contraction in GDP of at least 3%, which would be unprecedented. Now, and we have, moving on please to the next slide, yes. And we have launched a survey of our exporting members. The replies only came in last week, so we have not had proper time to really do an in-depth analysis. But I'd like to share some of the preliminary results with you. We have received replies from 16 countries from all the continents, areas where coffee is grown, and these 16 countries represent about 85% of global coffee production. I thank all of those who have responded. Those of you who have not yet responded, I encourage you to do so to make this picture as complete as possible. The results are interesting because they represent a cross-section of the factors that affect leading coffee producing countries. and they are not just a specific look at a single country. So this helps to enable comparisons. And how do we interpret this graph? You see the vertical line in the middle at 0%. The more part of the bar graph is on the right side, that is more of a positive impact, and the more it is on the left side is a negative impact. And most countries report a highly negative impact on employment, 75%, and revenues, 69% if we add 6% of very negatively in the dark red, and the 63% in the lighter color. Exports are also highly impacted, about 56%, and production is less affected, at least in this short term. And moving on to the next slide. Now we look at the impact on coffee farm operations. What is happening on the ground, let's say. And the most severe impact is considered to come in the sphere of logistics and transportation, where we have 56% saying the situation will get worse, and to a lesser extent also in harvesting, where 38% expect things to get worse. It is a bit surprising, let's say, that some countries expect the situation to get better. This might be the result of how the virus spreads and the different harvest periods between countries, but really we need to analyze this further, and we need a bit more time to really dig deep into these numbers. And now to look at what is the impact outside the farm on the downstream value chain. And here we see the impact most. There's an expectation that logistics, container availability, port operations, 50% of the responses indicated that these would be negatively impacted. On the coffee mills themselves, then the situation appears much better. So the majority of the impact seems to occur in the port side and in the transportation. I will close here, but just an observation on these last 3 slides with the results of the survey. I think it's interesting to note that yes, many responses indicate that there is a negative impact and that things will have gotten worse, but there are very few responses that indicate that the situation has gotten significantly worse. So I think this is an indication that the upstream part of the value chain is very resilient and can overcome this crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose. I think is again gives a very good pictures, and this the survey will also be tested now with our panelists and speakers. Now I try to speed up because we started a little bit later, but we have, over 250 already attendees. So without further ado, I would like to then very quickly recap basically also what is in the presentation. Of course, we want to look at the global trends in terms of the global economy, but also agriculture and the coffee sector in particular. We would like to look at, as the executive director of the ICO just mentioned, the impact on both the supply and demand. And then, of course, what is the specific impact on the coffee sector itself? And then also what would be the impact in terms of the resilience of the global value chain. So having said that, I have then the honor and the great opportunity to invite Maximo Torrero, who is the Chief Economist and Assistant Director General at FAO, who will give us this global overview from FAO perspective. So I'd like to give the floor to Maximo. Maximo, please have the floor. Thank you. We cannot hear you so far, and you have about, a bit less than 20 minutes. Thank you. We cannot hear.
Maximo, you are self-muted. Thank you. Maximo, we can't hear you. Sorry, Maximo, we can't hear you. One moment, please.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Sorry, the problem was that there was a shutdown. So if I can share my screen again, please, if you can give me the okay, perfect. Okay, deep apologies about that. Can you hear me well and see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Do.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and apologies, but there was the internet went off a few minutes before we start. Okay, so thank you very much for this kind invitation. Let me start by thanking the organizers, ICO, for this invitation. And let me start by explaining how we are looking at the COVID-19 in general, and then I will go specific into COVID. So when we look at the COVID-19, we're looking in three blocks of interventions. The first part is what we call the containment, which is the period where we have the lockdowns. And those created a problem, a logistical problem for many of the commodities in food. And one of those is coffee, of course. And it was more sensitive for the high value commodities, of course, because they were more vulnerable in terms of logistic time, but also because they were labor intensive. And as all of you perfectly know, coffee is labor intensive. But those logistical problems, which also included, of course, mobility and transportation, are starting to be resolved. When we track vessels real time, there is a significant improvement in the mobility of vessels, and even initially there were some slowdowns in ports, but that is now being resolved. The port time moved from 1 day to 1.5 to 2 days, but today things are becoming more stable in terms of the logistical part. But then we move into the second phase, which is the phase that we call the phase of the consequences. And this is the one that really is extremely worrisome to us. And it's linked to what has been mentioned before, is the result of the lockdown, which bring up a significant recession, a significant economic recession. IMF predicted a -3% of GDP growth decline, but our assumptions is that this could go up to -5%. And the major problem for the coffee sector is that this is happening across the world, so the demand is going to be shrinked in all the commodities, and this could have a consequence over the demand for the product. And as a result of that, we need to be very concerned. Of course, the major concern is that the levels of unemployment, in the case of the food systems, we're talking of 32% of the jobs being at risk because of the recession, will be enormous, and that will be affecting significantly the demand and will affect, of course, the demand of the coffee sector. And the third phase, where we are right now between the second, starting the second, and we will be moving into the third phase, is the phase that we call health, food, and development. Why? Because we are moving out of the lockdown without resolving the problem of the COVID-19. And if we don't keep the health standards in all the production value chains, we could come down into a lockdown, which won't be by a decree of the government, but will be because of a health issue. And we have been observing that in several sectors, especially in the sectors related to meat and in wholesale markets and retail markets. But with that, with those three phases, let me move into the coffee sector. So the one characteristic of the world coffee market is that the bulk of production takes place in the southern hemisphere, while most of the consumption occurs in the northern hemisphere in general. And again, we need to think in terms of COVID, the bigger shock in terms of GDP growth will be in the northern hemisphere. Coffee is also exported at an early stage of the value chain, which means little value addition in the producing countries. Global coffee production is valued over 24 billion annually, while total coffee trade is worth over $20 billion. Now, this division between the south and the north is really important to understand the potential impacts that we are going to observe. Here we see that there is a strong expansion, as it has mentioned before, in the coffee production over the past 10 years, and these are the blue bars in the graph. Highest output growth rate over the last decade was recorded in Colombia, 7.8%, in Honduras, 7.6%, in Uganda, 5.4%, and Vietnam, 4.8%, followed by Brazil, 2%. Indonesia, 1.4%, India, 0.8%, and Peru, 0.2%. The production surplus between 2019 and 2020 is estimated to be 1.95 million bags, compared to the surplus reached in 2018-19, which was 5.8 million bags. And there are several reasons behind this. There was replanting plans for rehabilitation in Brazil and Colombia because of the Ras coffee. A very positive prospect is still for Africa. And planting of Ras-resistant varieties is also taking place in Colombia. Consumption in the past 5 years has expanded in importing and exporting countries by 2.2% and 2%. So the sector has been doing pretty well, growing around 2%. The European Union and the US and Brazil are the top three consumers, accounting for 28%, 16%, and 14% respectively of the world coffee consumption. Now, understand again, if we look at the rates of GDP growth decline that will happen in the EU, in the US, and in Brazil are bigger than 5%, close to 6 or 7%. So that's very important to keep in mind. Consumer habits also are shifting. Emergence of a coffee shop culture, which was significantly affected because of the closures in COVID-19. Delivery service on the rise, prepayment through smartphone apps, increased consumption of iced tea, cold brew, and RTV products, and firm demand for coffee pots and coffee machines for home use. And the latter was something that we observed in the COVID-19 in the containment phase, where there was a significant increase in the demand of coffee in the supermarkets, which was linked, of course, to this new consumer behavior. Now, coffee is one of the major trade agricultural commodities in the world, and global exports have increased steadily, as it can be shown in the graph. Market increases in export from Brazil and Vietnam, especially the first 4 columns. You see the important change between 2009 and 2018, and also importance of currency movements in shaping the trade routes and volumes. The EU and the US remain the largest importing markets, accounting respectively for 49% and 21 percentage points of the total coffee imports in the world. The graph that I am showing now illustrates that coffee production is concentrated in low-income countries where poverty, food insecurity, and malnutrition are prevalent. So this is a crucial sector of labor demand for these poor countries. And that is across the value chain from the production to the harvest to the peeling. And this sector could be significantly affected because these households and the demand will be reduced, and we will be affecting significant labor. And therefore, this opens the issue of important support to this sector, especially to provide liquidity to farmers during the period of COVID-19. And I will elaborate a little bit more on this. So this underlines the potentially important role that coffee can play in fighting poverty and hunger and contributing to achieving SDG 1 and SDG 2. So in the face of the consequences of the COVID-19, the recession phase, the coffee sector can play a crucial role. And we need to find mechanisms through which we can keep supporting the production of the coffee sector, because they will create a significant pool of labor that is important to keep working to minimize the potential problems that we will be facing of lack of employment and of food insecurity as a consequence of the COVID-19. The graph that I present now, the pie graph, shows the share of earnings from coffee exports in total merchandise export revenues. While coffee represents a good source of export revenues for low-income countries, high dependence on raw commodity can represent major risks. And this is basically macroeconomic instabilities, erratic movements in export revenues, instability in foreign exchange reserves, volatile economic growth, and vulnerability to commodity prices. And this is very important where we are observing in Africa, for example, in Uganda. Many of these countries are dependent on commodity exports, and all those prices are going down. In Central America, Guatemala, we are facing a similar problem. In Colombia, oil-dependent country, also will be facing a similar problem, Honduras, and so on, and Ethiopia, of course. So again, we need to be very careful on the potential assessment of the consequences and what could be happening as a result of this crisis. This graph is very important because we try to decompose the coffee price shocks. And as it was mentioned before, in the work that is being done jointly with IFPRI, you're looking at one specific thing of volatility. You're not looking at volatility in general. You're looking at excessive volatility. And that's a very, very specific point, because excessive volatility is something that will happen in a very rare event. The model that was developed for IFPRI, which I am one of the co-authors of that model together with Carlos Martins Filo, was based on a 5% probability of that event happening. That means similar to you going out of the street and a car crashing you. So if you are facing those periods of excessive volatility, means that there is a risk that there could be significant problems of speculation, for example. So we need to be very careful, but that's an extreme situation. It's an extreme value. But in general, when we assess the dependence on coffee exports and export countries, how vulnerable they are to shocks, it's important to understand that the sources of market shocks that dominate the market is what is the crucial part. Our analysis, based on a structural vector autoregression SVAR model, shows that factors specific to the coffee market drive prices more than other factors, including economic and oil prices. And this is very important because the volatility model that you showed before is based only on future prices with some controls, but it's not looking exactly at what drives the market of coffee. And that's what really matters in terms of looking at that analysis. So our analysis also controls for recent pandemics. If you control for SARS in 2003, H1N1 in 2009, MERS in 2012, Ebola in 2014, Zika in 2016, and COVID-19, of course, in 2020. This means that to build a sustainable coffee sector, our attention should be placed on market fundamentals. And it is important to bring about a permanently improved balance between supply and demand. And that's the core part, and it's a very important message here, because that's the fundamentals is what we need to look at carefully to be able to stabilize this market, especially when they are facing these extreme events that we have been observing as presented before. The economic and physical nature of the coffee market is characterized by inelastic supply and demand, and this means that price changes can be large. The coffee sector is still subject to relatively elevated government support, which can distort market signals, example Brazil, Colombia, Honduras, and Kenya, and lead to market imbalances. So the structure of the coffee value chains prevents prices from adjusting rapidly to market conditions, and that asymmetric price transmission brings significant differences. So between 2011 and 2008, for example, international coffee prices declined 48%, while retail prices during the same period responded differently because of these interventions. In the Netherlands, minus 27%, in Japan, minus 26%, in France, minus 12%, in the USA, minus 21%, in Italy -5%, in the UK -3%, in Russia Federation -5%, and in Germany +7%. This is very important to understand because we need to take into account all these market interventions that are being done by the governments. Now, when we work in using panel data models covering major coffee producing and exporting countries with data running from 1991 to 2017 for a total of 513 observations, the models control for major recent pandemics and include variables that vary across time and individuals, and also variables that are time invariant. We control for an observed heterogeneity for running fixed effects models, and as a result, a 1% decline in world trade, a proxy for global recession, which is the top graph, the blue horizontal bar, leads to a fall in coffee export earnings of approximately 0.37. Looking at recent trade data, coffee export earnings were generally lower between January 2020 and March 2020 versus January 2019 and March 2019. So we are already seeing in the coffee sector a reduction in exports. And the declines are ranging between 47.6% decline in Kenya, -41% in Ecuador, -32% in Peru, -6.4% in Brazil, -6% in Colombia, and -5% in Mexico. Looking at the past pandemics, for example, H1N, MERS, Ebola, and Zika, estimations show that coffee export earnings declined by as much as 15% compared to the state with no pandemics. So again, the expectations of a significant reduction of exports on coffee are pretty high. And that's something that we need to really cope and look carefully in the sector. Disruptions to the harvest operations are being observed in Brazil. Approximately 70% of the coffee harvested is picked by hand, generating about 2 million seasonal jobs. In Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador, all reported concerns over the labor shortages because of the lockdowns, road closures, and lack of financial liquidity to carry on with the coffee harvesting and marketing activities. Falling export earnings in Costa Rica, coffee export declined by 30% year-on-year in May, while those in Honduras were down 21%, mostly because of the lack of a demand, but also reduced availabilities as all farmers cut production. And here I want to raise a very important topic, which is different in coffee to vegetables, for example, and to other commodities. It's similar to fruits, is that you cannot endogenize the production of coffee to the chop. In vegetables, you can decide to produce less, in cereals too. But in coffee, no, because growing the tree of coffee takes time. So you will be producing basically the same amount of coffee, but at the same time, you're going to be faced with a reduction in demand, as we are already observing in several of the key exporting countries. So what to do? So there are two avenues. One is to find new sources of demand. And for example, we are pushing for significant increase in intra-regional trade in Africa, in Latin America, and the Caribbean, to be able to attract commodities to new inter-regional trade, to recover that potential slowdown of the demand. But the second one is to use this period of a slowdown, the base of the U curve that we're observing, to increase investment, like, for example, replanting to minimize potential runoff in the future, and work with the multilateral, the investment banks, to be able to fund those activities. But it's essential at this point to provide the liquidity that the sector needs to be able to keep operating, because this sector will continue to produce, and if we don't have the liquidity, all this will be lost. And the advantage you have in coffee is that you can store. So if we are smart enough and we are able to get the liquidity and we are able to find new markets and use the capacity of storage, will allow us to cope better with the recession, which our projections is that we will go from 12 to 24 months. It's no longer a short recession and a vertical V recovery. We don't expect that will happen. So the coffee sector must change to compete in the beverage industry. And that's another option of creating a new market. So there has to be innovation. The coffee sector must become more productive and more resilient and quality enhanced. We must invest. And this is where I was saying before, we can take this period of the recession as a way to invest and replant to increase productivity and efficiency. The current and detrimental market imbalances and asymmetric income distribution among market players need to be properly addressed. We need to strengthen the market information systems and vertical coordination. Information in this market is extremely important, and we need to empower them. Policies need to be coherent and better coordinated among the value chain segments, and we must work in this hand in hand to bring more information to the market. There are a number of coordinated actions that we can take to strive towards a more balanced coffee market that will ensure sustainability of the sector. We need to have and share accurate and up-to-date market information, particularly on areas of production, and try to expand production when we have a recovery. But also we need to expand information on prices and trade opportunities. It is the time to open the window for trade opportunities. It is the time to find options, new options, through this interregional trade. Already, many producing countries are investing into more sustainable systems and research to address the challenges facing by the coffee sector. But we also need to coordinate actions to address the challenges of climate change and also reducing, if not eliminating, high levels of tariffs for processed coffees. This will enable developing countries to capture a greater share of the retail price. Also, segmenting the market can be a valuable alternative, and this is product differentiation, for exporting countries as a strategy to build economically sustainable coffee sector. Ready to drink, cold brew coffee, iced teas, instant coffee, and gourmet coffee. So we have options to be able to push and to keep working and to be able to move this sector and keep this sector active. But as I mentioned before, we are right now entering deeply into the segment that we call the consequences. And coffee is affected and will be affected. It's already affected. And it's not only because of logistical issues. Those are resolved now. The problem is a problem of demand. And yes, it's inelastic. And that's a good option. But we need to find niches of markets. And the options we are providing here are an alternative. But we also need to take the time to do investment that we couldn't do before. And we need to get the support from the multilateral institutions. So with that, thank you very much. And thank you. And sorry again for the problems at the beginning of the connection. Back to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you a lot, Maximo. I think it was a very illuminating presentation. And to my understanding, you will be not able to stay too long. So if that is the case, maybe we have been asking also, our attendees to make some questions, so we can have the question and answer normally should be at the end, but I think we can put that forward and then maybe open the floor for some questions to your very comprehensive and actually very clear to the point also on action they are required to face well the structural problems and also the COVID-related ones. I will be ready to open the floor for a question. And again, I repeat, I would the same time ask our ICO members and friends and all the attendees that to put some questions, both in writing and verbally for the ICO members. So the floor is open for question to Mr. Maximo Torero, the Assistant General of IFAO and the Chief Economist. Okay, I have Frederick Kavuma. It's our friend from the Africa Fine Coffee Association, and I'm happy to give him the floor.
Thank you very much, Maximo, for the presentation. I was just wondering the possibility of FAO working in partnership with IACO in addressing some of these issues that you have raised. You talked about the need for us to build resilience. Also, you mentioned promotion. And we have, with the ICO, we have launched a program to do domestic consumption promotion in Africa. Is there scope that we could actually work together on this? And also, when you mentioned segmentation, we are discussing with the African Union Commission on the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, and coffee is one of the products that are looked at in terms of trading there. So, issues of segmentation and those other details are very critical. It would be interesting for us to see how we can work together in those areas.
No, for sure. So as you know, we have been having several meetings with the African Union and the African Ministries of Agriculture. And our job right now is to find ways to accelerate the Africa Trade Agreement, the interregional trade agreement. And coffee is one of those commodities. And why is this a priority? Because this could create a substantial new demand that already is not there. So FAO is more than happy to collaborate with ICO. We have been working with Chris Unger and the president, so I'm more than happy to keep collaborating in the different topics that you mentioned. But for us, if you look at the different countries that are being affected, this is significant loss of employment. So we need to work together to try to keep the sector going. It's extremely important to keep the production and the value chain going, no matter the recession, and trying to use coping tools because of the reduction in the potential export demand.
There's also the issue of food security, because the coffee producers in Africa tend to grow their coffee alongside with other crops. And we're looking at how we can address this issue of resilience at the farm level by introducing some of those crops that can be grown alongside coffee. And this is something that we think we could also work together on in building that resilience.
For sure. We're more than happy to collaborate with ICO.
Thank you very much. I have many questions, and I'd like to give the floor now to the Ambassador Ivan Romero Martinez from Honduras. And I apologize before because Frederick, I mixed it up. It is IACO and not AFCA. I do apologize. So I'd like to give the floor to Ambassador Romero.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to congratulate that important seminar. I found very interesting. Congratulate the panelists. Very interesting, you say it there. And the same way to Fred, I want to share information and to request the cooperation to working together, all Central American countries with you, sir, and also especially Honduras. Congratulations, and go ahead, and that's an important issue. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. I know very well Honduras. I have been working on the coffee sector in Honduras for long. So it's an area where we are more than happy to work together. We have a program of hand in hand, and Honduras is one of the countries we are prioritizing in FAO, and the coffee sector is central in the case of Honduras. So for sure, we're going to collaborate with your country. Un placer.
Thank you very much, Maximo. I think we have a number of questions also from the audience, and just to read one is from this Mr. from India, from this Mr. Dotula. Said, dear Maximo, I wish to know from you what best practice to improve export sector of coffee planters, and the question continues. How this possible to help in Indian coffee planters and not only Africa, but I think that is something that you can address by looking at other questions. Thank you. Over.
Sure. No, of course, this is not just Africa or Latin America, it's the world. So as you know, I think one of the best opportunities for coffee is the market segmentation, which means product differentiation, and that requires marketing skills, and that requires to provide an image of the product that you are producing in whatever part of the world you are doing. But on the production side, I think the most important thing is to increase productivity. And that means plants which are not too old. And that's where I was saying that there is a huge opportunity right now to invest in that period, given that the demand will be lower. So it's a time to replant and to rejuvenate your plants so that they can increase efficiency and productivity and be more robust to potential diseases like rust. Back to you.
Thank you. I'm trying to see because there are so many, so many. You stimulate a huge demand for questions. Let's me see some of the written questions. I'm trying to read some of them. And again, question from, I don't know how long we still have, Maximo.
I have 3 minutes more. Sorry about this.
Okay, so let's pick one from also one of our. Let me see. This is from Niels Hack from Conservation International and Sustainable Coffee Challenge. Thank you for your presentation. I fully agree with your recommendation to ensure investment in renovation and rehabilitation to promote climate resilience and increase productivity. How would you respond to concerns that are often raised that investment in productivity will increase the surplus on the market and drive down prices? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. If you increase supply, you will reduce prices, and especially in the time of the downturn. No, but again, imagine that you replant now. The supply increase will be for the following year, where the demand, we hope, will already be reactivated. That's one option. The second option, as I mentioned, coffee, we keep providing the output. So because you cannot cut the trees, they will keep providing the output. So, but you have the capacity of storage. So improving the capacity of storage, but especially adding value to the commodity, could provide an alternative, no? And that's where you differentiate products. Because in coffee you can add value, and that's why I was saying the different options of coffee products that you can generate. But this is the year, because of the recession, the next 12 months or 24, if the situation goes worse, is the moment to bring value added to the production, so that you can cope and increase your resilience to the situation.
Thank you very much. No time for another one?
Okay, we can do one more. Sure.
Just as the last one. I mean, I said there are so many, and I want to tell everybody that we will be sharing the questions also with the panelists at the end with the recordings, and possibly they see the opportunity to give a reply. I think there are so many.
Yes, I will send answer to all the questions that you shared.
Okay, this is wonderful. Just to say, a question from the General Secretary for largest coffee growers in India, specifically small growers. Question is, India is cultivating coffee under the shade in an eco-friendly environment. India is also affected very much with the COVID-19. Hence, India coffee is entitled to get additional premium for coffee it produces and also carbon credit for coffee growing regions. I don't know if you would like to try to answer that.
Look, the market for carbon credits is not yet well developed, and that's a problem. But I think India should keep pushing on that and keep pushing the importance of marketing reduction of emissions, and that's what you are selling with your coffee. So it's not just the product, you are tying the product to an environmental benefit. And that's what we call tied products. But sadly, still that market is still not too active. But the more we push, the more you can create a market that will allow you to have a margin. But that's where I think the private sector or the governments have to support farmers so that they can create this market, which still is very primitive.
Maximo, thank you so much on behalf of the ICO and of course of all the members and all the attendees. You gave us a very great opportunity for discussions. Of course, this will continue. Unfortunately, where we have physical meeting, you can talk to people and have a coffee with, but this is not possible yet. But we hope to do that in the future. Okay.
Thank you very much, and deep apologies. I have to leave. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay. After this very insightful presentation, I have now the great honor as well to have Christina Mendel, who is the president of the Specialty Coffee Association, SCA, and she also kindly accepted to find time to be with us today. And without further ado, I would like to give Christina the floor to give us the SCA perspective on COVID. Over.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor. Honor's all mine to be able to present to this group today. So thank you very much for inviting me. And the topic of today, as we heard already, is the assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on the world coffee sector. And some of the questions that were asked were around global trends, impact on coffee supply, impact on coffee demand, and impact on the coffee value chain. And I've decided to do a little bit on global trends, but my little speech today will be on impact on coffee demand, because we conducted a study in the SCA. So, believe it or not, there was a time before COVID-19. Can you still see me? Hang on, I can't click. I can't continue. Hang on a second. Oh no, I can. You can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. So there was a time before COVID-19. I still can't. Yes. And we saw it a little bit today, so I'll just breeze over it a little bit swiftly. But coffee, as I said, the global coffee market, there is the retail hot coffee, the retail ready-to-drink coffee, and then the specialty coffee and tea shops. This is Euromonitor, and we saw some of the figures here today too. But what I'd like to get to is that in the years from 2005 to also 2019, actually the US specialist coffee shop retail sales have grown. Now I know this is only US and it doesn't apply to all the countries. However, often the US is a bit of an indicator. So as you can see here, there has been a very interesting value growth in the coffee shop retail sales. Similarly, the number of outlets have grown. So just to the indication, you can see the steep curve going up here too. This is also thank you to the Euromonitor 2019 numbers. And actually in 2019, Euromonitor estimated that the global retail value growth between 2018 and 23 would be $12.5 billion US. Now this is quite a big number of increase. Then the coronavirus hit. We saw this figure here today too. We know a global pandemic. So what happened? Well, the SCA conducted a community impact survey result. So thank you very much also to Peter and Heather who conducted the survey amongst our community. And just so you know who actually responded to this survey, so we had 886 respondents, 49% were retailers, of which 13.4% were roaster retailers, 35.5% were coffee retailers, and then 14.5% were roaster wholesalers. So this just gives a bit of a setting on who actually the people were responding in this survey. And just so you know also the geographical dispersion, that we had 36% from the US, 11% from the United Kingdom, 4% from Greece, 4% from Mexico, 3% from Canada, and then you can see the split below also on the countries. A nice geographical split, but obviously very heavily on the US and the UK. So the questions were, how has the organization been impacted by the spread of the virus, or do you expect it to be impacted? And actually, as you can see, 57% said that they were significantly negatively impacted, and 12% even said existentially negative. So this is very much in line, I suppose, with also the two past presentations that we've had. Organizations have been impacted. So when the question was, what problems do you experience or have you been experiencing? So the 86% said reduced customer demand. We're coming to that in a minute also. 62% clearly cancellation of events. So the SCA also has had to cancel events. So a lot of people have been canceling events. 40% said increased and sustained staff absences. We'll come to that in a minute too. And then interestingly, the shortage of supplies, 24%, production issues, 22%, and then other. We also asked whether they had been experiencing a decrease in sales, and you can see that actually 87% said 25% sales decrease. Now 25% is quite a lot, as we all know. 68% said it's a 50% sales decrease. 36% said that they had a 75% sales decrease, and 21% of respondents actually said that they had a 90% sales decrease, which is a very large number, and there were 400 respondents to this question. Similarly, we asked for the increase in expenses. So how did you anticipate, do you anticipate or have you experienced an increase in expenses? So 400 people again said that 23% said 25% expense increases. Now, if you know that the margin isn't that high, 25% expense increase is quite big. 14% said 50% expense, 13% said 75%, but here only 5% said 90%. But if you asked what were the primary sources of the increased expenses, up came the answers of supplies, cleaning, and staff labor. So supplies also with logistics, clearly we've heard that here today too. Cleaning, obviously a lot of the locations have had to have increased hygienic standards, cleaning, so you have utensils there too. And staff labor, people couldn't come to work, they were off sick, so there was an increase in staff labor. Shockingly to us, and also I'm sure to you, coffee and the price of coffee isn't even mentioned here in the increase of expenses. So that's something that I'm sure we will continue to discuss here today, and you obviously also at the ICO have been discussing many times. If asked which sales channels were impacted, you can see that the sales, you can see at the bottom here, the sales to consumers and the sales to businesses have all had a significant decrease. But if you look at the sales to consumers online, a 33% increase reported a significant increase on sales to consumers online. And this is one of the trends that we're seeing further on too. Now, when we asked our respondents how they were responding and how they were keeping up with the spread of the coronavirus, 77% said they were staying informed via news, media, and updates from public health officials. 73% implementing more rigorous cleaning procedures, which is why the expenses are increasing also. 72% were encouraging employees who feel sick to stay at home. That's where the staff labor comes in also. 69% were saying rescheduling or cancelling event. That's clear through social distancing. 57% were saying they were increasing their digital marketing efforts, and we'll come to that in a minute too also. 44% obviously said they had to implement a remote work policy for employees who don't need to be on site and don't want to go back to the office. So we're seeing a lot of trends also of people office working changing, but this is not included in my presentation today. And then also emailing your newsletter, staying in contact with your customers. That's something that clearly is also very important. Now, are these findings that we were with our survey and our members, are they in line with other research? Absolutely. There is a new research come out or a new report come out on the Euromonitor 2020, and it actually shows that the most important effect of COVID-19 on US coffee, again, these reports are based only on the US coffee industry, but they are sometimes an indicator of the rest of the world or of the developments that will come then in the rest of the world. So the most important effect on US coffee has been a mass shift away from food service and institutional channels such as offices and schools to at-home consumption. So they say it might go back again, but again, there is something about that at-home consumption. Now, there's a question saying coffee shops that succeed in this new climate will try to recreate as many of their popular attributes before COVID-19, being in line with the new realities of social distancing. So saying that if you have out-of-home consumption, you have to kind of bridge the experience that customers and consumers liked before, plus all those modes of social distancing. We're going to have to adapt there. So the out-of-home consumption locations will have to adapt. And then the people who have stayed at home, the last point here, saying there are people who will be staying at home more and more, high-risk groups, for example, economic impact, meaning consumers are skipping coffee shops to save money, and workers staying remote. So offices, as I said, the work in offices is changing. So here, there will be the rush to try and recreate these experiences at home also. So this is actually very much in line with what our results showed. Euromonitor 2020 then continues to disperse on short-term effects of COVID-19 on US coffee and long-term. So short-term saying channel shifting, and you can see at the bottom again, channel shifting. They're saying from schools and offices and food service going away there and going into the at-home consumption. Stockpiling has also been mentioned today already, saying people are buying more coffee for at home. Yes, but that was only a short impact, saying people were buying more coffee for at home because they were anticipating staying in quarantine. Now, a lot of the countries are reopening and people are actually just drinking the stocks that they've made. And the effects of recession, very clear. I'm sure there'll be a lot more on that today, later on today, and has already been mentioned. Long-term premiumization struggles, again, the recession, economic impacts, and clearly staying here very much also in these reports of Euromonitor saying the rise of at-home coffee drinking. So how is our community trying to cope with the new normal? Well, when they were asked whether they had identified any particular effective strategy, here you can see there's a lot around free shipping, delivery, online marketing, social media, so that's that connection online, free local deliveries, online sales to go. So there are a lot around here, people trying, locations trying to, as they're shut down and have to go into social distancing, trying to work around that in the increase of at-home consumption, also trying to make effective strategies around that. I won't go into the detail of this, but this was also another report by Square, which is one of the POS systems or biggest POS systems in the US, but it also covers the significant increase in curbside or pickup purchases, an increase in delivery options, an increase in card payments, so cashless. Customers tended to order more. That was quite good. The average ticket price was there. And subscription offerings were also on a clear high rise compared with the pre-COVID-19 situation. So there are a lot of trends in there that I'm sure will affect the coffee world going on from here. So I'd just like to summarize the main messages from this research. So there is a significant global impact of Corona or COVID-19 seen in a decreased consumption at off-site locations, increased costs. We've seen the reasons why. The coffee drinking occasions are shifting to in-home consumption. And our members have reported that the key strategies that are successful for them are pivoting to online sales, focusing on walk-up and takeaway sales, communication with customers, vendors, business network, also recreating that experience of the out-of-home drinking, optimizing grocery channels, and investigating more delivery, which is quite usual in other countries and in Europe and the US is growing more now also. I wanted to end this session with one last personal thought. Some of you might know I'm located in Vienna, Austria, in the middle of Europe. And here you can see a picture of the Vienna Coffee House around the 1900s. Coffee has seen many crises, and the coffee industry has seen many crises. And here the Vienna Coffee House at the turn of the century was a big crisis time. Also then the 20s were a big crisis time, again 2008. And my great-grandfather always quoted that time and said, coffee was always a great product because people always wanted coffee. And I also believe that the demand for coffee will stay. We might have to adapt of how to sell it, how to make people drink it, or how people will be enjoying coffee. But a crisis doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad for coffee. On the contrary, and I think that sessions like this, sharing know-how, sharing insights, are the most important time also to see how we can join forces to make the coffee industry a more sustainable, equitable and thriving activity for the entire value chain, which is the purpose of the SCA, but on a broader picture also now linking all our forces together with the ICO and many other institutions. I think by sharing know-how and insights, we can make the coffee world a better one. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Christina. I think, unfortunately online we cannot clap your hands, everybody. I think you will have a strong applause from all the audience, but let me share at least my personal one from the ICO. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and also for your very positive words that I think we're all sharing. And I really appreciate that, and I'm sure that's stimulating a lot of questions. Now, as I mentioned, that was going out from the standard, so I like to ask Jim now to continue, but of course you stay with us and then you'll take some questions. But thank you again. Thanks a lot. So I like to then ask James Watson, Jim, the Global Strategy Beverages at Rabobank, that also will give a additional element to what Christina has already provided in terms of the impact on consumption, and also I've been asking him to look into how that is reflected back into the upstream of the value chain on farmers. But I think Jim shared with some of the other research, and I would be happy to give him the floor to share the knowledge with us. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Gerardo. It'll be great to follow Christina. We'll be talking about some of the same topics here. So I'm Jim Watson from Rabobank. I'm going to give you a quick overview of the U.S. coffee markets, and then how that a lot of the trends that I see in data here translates in across the world. And I'm going to mix in a few beverages, a few observations from other beverage categories. We really cover all beverages here. But in my talk, first I'm going to go through how traditional buying patterns have been turned upside down by COVID. Then I'm going to talk about a little bit about the challenges faced by smaller coffee shops, and then I'm going to talk about how buying patterns are changing at retail. So the first thing I want to do to set the scene is just show how much coffee is consumed on premise. So this is like mostly at a coffee shop or a cafe around the world. You know, the US where I'm based is a little bit more off premise, but this does vary pretty widely by country. And one of the reasons we think this is important is this is probably the #1 driver of what's going on with overall coffee volumes, you know, by country. There are numerous other factors, certainly, but, you know, to start with your understanding of what's going on in a given market, simply how much coffee has to be moved from the on-premise, which is what you see here, into the off-premise is the biggest challenge. And moving that coffee, obviously, it doesn't just change where you drink the coffee, literally, but it changes what kind of coffee you drink. It changes, you know, how that coffee is prepared. It may even change the why of the coffee. Certainly, you're losing out on a lot of the social interactions that you would get from, you know, meeting someone at a coffee shop. Now, it's worth saying our view is that coffee consumption will come back to the on-premise eventually, once we feel safer through this pandemic, in that coffee shops can provide, you know, that third space, that community, and honestly great innovation in a way that you really can't get across many other channels. But of course, that doesn't mean things won't look different when it does reopen, and that a number of things won't change at the margin. So this is data from IRI, which is scanner data, and this is in the US, I should point out. But I wanted to use this data because this is something where we can start to see what's going on month by month, to see the actual changes going on basically right now in the market. And so the most obvious thing you see is, you know, this massive spike basically in the month of March, the 4 weeks ended 4/5. And then, you know, it tails off a little bit in the weeks ended 5/3. So that's basically again the month of April. This is a massive shift. So this is all of the volume, you know, taken from the on-premise, moved to big box stores. And of course, you know, what we see here is kind of interesting in terms of what brands people are flocking to. We've seen this big move towards kind of classic brands come up. So, you know, the last generation leading roasting ground brands have seen really great growth, but a lot of that really comes from this is where consumers are shopping now. So consumers are shopping in big box stores. They're trying to make just one trip into the store. They don't want to just, you know, spend a lot of time deciding on what they're buying. So they're buying very familiar brands. In fact, the big, in terms of brands, what we've seen is big brands made by big companies, sold in big packages in big box stores are generally the ones doing the best right now. But it should be said that that doesn't necessarily represent a fundamental demand change in consumer demand. I mean, that simply reflects what is sold, where consumers are shopping, and what matches, you know, their current needs when they're in the store. We don't expect that, you know, brands that have been in long-term structural decline are going to come back because COVID suddenly changed what everybody wants around coffee. If as a coffee drinker you wanted discovery and novelty, or you just wanted the familiar, you're going to still want those things when this is through, assuming you have the money to continue to afford those. Also worth noting on here, spirits and wine are probably the only two that are clearly above, you know, the line to be in total volume growth. So if you think broadly, you know, on-premise, off-premise, where this data comes from, represents 80% of the market. So if you're growing 40% like spirits, you're probably growing overall volume. Coffee is kind of right at the line, maybe a little below. Coffee is unique, though. It probably has more e-commerce and non-measured sales than most of these other categories, mostly because it's dry. You can ship a lot more weight for, for the money in that category. So, in an overall volume, it may be much closer to flat. But this gets into now the long tail. Actually, you know what? I do want to say one more thing on this slide, which is there's been a big shift on the supply chain here. So as a retailer, if you're dealing with volumes that are up 20, 30, 40%, this is a huge challenge. And so one of the things retailers have done is they've started reducing the number of SKUs in their stores, and they've started limiting the number of category resets, and that's where they redo all the shelves and introduce new brands. And these are actually a few changes that we think might stick around for at least the medium term, if not the long term. Certainly many in the industry have kind of indicated they've wanted to go this route for a long time. And what that means for coffee is limiting the number of SKUs generally benefits big brands from big companies again. And we've heard from retailers looking to carry extra inventory of the top 25, top 50 products in each category. And those are usually done by the biggest players. Additionally, if you're not resetting the shelves and introducing new brands, that prioritizes the incumbents. In the long term, if the long tail really does provide value, there will be a return, but it may be a slow return to retail shelves. So now talking more about the long tail, Christina covered the SCA's great survey, so I wanted to do a survey from the beer world, so you have to forgive me for doing a beer slide here. But this is similar. So from the same time period, early April, the Craft Brewers Association, so these are small brewers in the US, were asked, how long can you stay open under current social distancing guidelines? And what we find is, about 60% of them said they couldn't make it more than 3 months. And, that's pretty severe. And craft beer has gone through a boom. So many of these are much newer companies that perhaps don't have a very secure financial place. But I think it's likely not going to be as bad as this survey would imply, but there will be a number of closures. There will be the landscape for especially the smaller craft side will change. Coffee, it's worth saying, should be a little bit better than beer. Mostly coffee has a really strong to-go offering, so you can do a lot with fewer people in, as opposed to a small brewery that may depend on people coming to their bar and drinking there. But someone asked, well, how much can maybe delivery and e-commerce make up for this? And we've seen a few success stories, both in alcohol and in coffee, of people making that pivot, but it's very hard for a small company to pivot. And generally the size of the e-commerce market, the size of the delivery market is nowhere near the scale to make up for lost in-person sales. So that level of diversification is something we expect to see a lot more of for those companies, especially those companies that already had something in place. It's very hard to make that transition right in the middle of a pandemic. But it won't necessarily be able to make up for nearly all the volume. And it's worth noting that, of course, the long tail here, there may be a lot of breweries that don't account for a massive amount of volume, and this is kind of globally for independent shops, but they are unfortunately more often the ones at the forefront of sustainability, at the forefront of paying more for coffee. And so certainly, closures in this place is going to disrupt a number of relationships throughout the coffee industry, with producers. As we said, we do think the on-premise space is going to be filled again, but there is going to be this disruption. And, I think larger players may take some share here, especially the ones in good financial condition that are already reopening massively. And I don't expect necessarily much M&A. I think there'll be some natural consolidation. And worth noting, reopening is going to be a lot about creativity, how safe you can make people feel, you know, in terms of your sanitary procedures, you know, and how creative you can be in terms of what products you're selling. And now to get a little bit into what's going on in retail, and so I'll try to be a little quick. The most interesting thing, again, this is scanner IRI data from the US, is a shift to two opposite ends of the spectrum at retail. So that's instant, you know, at the lowest end in terms of price, and then whole bean, which is probably the most premium of the categories. And kind of two different things going on there. One is instant, this is probably the beginning of recession effects that we're seeing. You know, these are consumers that are looking to trade down a little bit, which is what we kind of classically expect. Whole bean would be the opposite. And so this is probably consumers who are looking to replace their out-of-home coffee shop experience with something similar at home. And we actually think, you know, while instant will last as long as the recession does in terms of the growth rate there, whole bean may stick around a little bit longer because consumers are really investing in the actual equipment to brew, and so that they're, you know, buying this at you know, great rates. They're relearning these skills. They are joining subscription services to get beans that are a little bit sticky. So we do think some of this move towards you know, a more premium whole bean coffee at home may stick around. And this is my last slide. This is, I pulled data, again, this is from the IRI in the US, but what I wanted to look at is, you know, how consumers are moving within different price points. So I took the top 20 brands of roasting ground in the US and compared their growth rate, you know, on the left, and then their price point on the bottom there. And so, and just so you know, the size of the bubble just represents how big that brand is. And so we see a barbell effect, right? There's a good amount of growth for the low end. A lot of brands in the middle, certainly at that like $7 and $8 price point, really aren't seeing any growth. And there's, you know, massive growth for a few of the brands in the real premium price points. And we do think that this really reflects two different consumers right now. So you have a consumer that is directly impacted by the recession. They've lost a job, they have job insecurity, they're looking to cut back on costs, and you see that on the left side of this chart. Equally, there's a number of consumers, for those of us lucky enough to have job security right now. Perhaps you're traveling less, going to fewer events, you have more disposable income, and there is a move towards more premium spending in the off-premise right now, and it's actually one of the more prominent effects that we're seeing. And it's worth noting, during most recessions, we talk about consumers trading down, and this is classic. And you know, I covered beverages during the 2008-2009 recession. This was kind of one of the more dominant factors. This recession might be a little bit different. When a consumer moves from the on-premise to the off-premise, really you could spend significantly less money if you bought, let's say, 5, you know, cappuccinos at a coffee shop every week. You could take that spending, move it at home. You could drink a much more expensive bean at home and probably spend significantly less. So from a consumer's perspective, it may be the same classic recession trading down in terms of, you know, reducing your spending. From a producer or industry perspective, the actual bean quality and the price paid for that might be able to increase or not decrease nearly as much as it would in a traditional recession. And it's probably too early for us to say whether or not this is really going to happen, but it's worth noting that this may be a little bit different, you know, than typical recessions in this front. And the last thing I'll say is just I don't know that we've really seen too many of the recession effects come through here yet. So we are looking to see more, and we may see more trading down, and this chart may continue to change as I track it kind of month after month. But with that, you know, I'll end right here, and hopefully we can get to a few questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Jim. And I see, especially on this last point, and this is all the question, and I can connect with the previous two speakers, but I think I would like to go to Christoph Senger, is ICO senior economist who is acting as a resource person to put some questions. So again, we are short of time, and I say the difficulty to run it online instead of physical, but then I just give the floor to Chris to put some question to you and Christina, and then see also with the audience.
Thank you very much, Gerardo. This was a very interesting discussion so far. I would like to thank all speakers for the excellent and very insightful presentation. I've already taken notes here that will also inform our work here at the ICO. I would like to make one comment, and I also would like to pose one question. So first of all, on the comment, I would like to draw some first lessons from the COVID crisis so far for the post-COVID world that we hope we will live in very soon. So in their presentations, the speakers have highlighted the significant shock that COVID-19 represents. And what is clearly unusual here, and that's I think we need to highlight once again, is that it affects both the demand and supply side more or less at the same time. That is pretty unprecedented. At the same time, the magnitude of the shock is unprecedented, and insofar I very much also agree with Jim's point that we still need to see what the recession will really look like to get a better idea about the impacts. Now, we have heard a lot on the demand side impacts. I would like to face my comment specifically to the supply side disruptions caused by COVID, and these range from the labor supply at farm level in form of pickers not being able to come to the farms, but also to disrupted domestic transport, port operations, and lack of container availability. Now, the pandemic, and this is very important, is certainly a drastic example of the risks that are generally associated with global value chains. So the pandemic clearly highlights the fragility of the trade model on which not only the world economy builds, but also the coffee sector in particular. So we need to keep in mind that this pandemic is a shock of unprecedented proportion. It is global, it affects both producing and consuming countries. However, we should not forget that these risks have been around for a while, pandemic risks, for example, but oftentimes these outbreaks have been more local or regional. And hence so far, these risks, when they materialized, were less drastic and were more easy to contain. In terms of public health crisis, we, for example, still remember the Ebola outbreak in 3 West African countries only 5 years ago. But we should not forget that there are also other risks to global value chains, including the coffee global value chains. And these are related to climate change impact. These are related to infrastructure failure, to political instability and conflict that affect any of the larger origins at the point in time. And it's worthwhile noting that more than 70% of production is concentrated in only 5 countries. So the pandemic is also an opportune moment to think about future global value chains for coffee and how to make them more resilient against these type of shocks. And one thing is clear, unlike iPhone production, you cannot move production of coffee to the traditional consuming countries. And so the strategies to increase the resilience against shocks really need to start at the farm level and include the domestic value chain links. And here I very much agree also with Fred Kavuma of IACO, who mentioned that in his comment. So some of the strategies for the recovery that take into account this specific aspect of resilience against any type of shocks, I hope will be discussed in the session this afternoon today. And I'm really interested in hearing the views of World Bank and IDH on this. So it is really the aim of a resilient value chain is to ensure that these foreign exchange earnings that were also mentioned by Maximo Torero of FAO, that they flow into the producing countries and that jobs are retained. And then, of course, we should not forget, and this very much links, I think, to both the presentations of Christina Meinl and also James Watson is that, of course, we should not forget that resilient supply chains are also more likely to ensure a constant flow of raw materials and intermediate outputs to the points of consumption. So some of these aspects we will develop further in the forthcoming coffee development report, and I very much look forward to exchange with many of you on these particular issues. And now finally, my question goes to Jim Watson of Rabobank, and also I hope Christina Meinl has some insights on that. So in the news I've read about the Rabobank report, and it showed that large brands and roasters might actually benefit from this crisis and capture a higher market share. So my question to you would be, is it in view of this, will there be a fueled trend towards consolidation and higher concentration in the downstream market segment, so roasters, but perhaps also traders? And what does that mean for farmers selling their coffee into the market? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Before you answering, may I just bring you a couple of or two questions we received from the audience, and you try to respond, if would that be possible? Sorry, Christina, I saw you were answering. I've been frustrating you, but maybe you can answer that. But there were some specific questions that were brought to our attention, and especially to, okay, the one from Christina. So I'm going through that. Okay. So, okay, this one is from Alicia Karuri from Strathmore University in Kenya. What are the key reasons why farmers don't benefit greatly from the increased consumption revenues from the specialty coffee, especially given the production costs? This is a generic one, but I was looking for a more specific one. There are so many that it's quite difficult to keep track, but and then there was some other question. But I think you can answer, Christoph, and then I go back to the other question.
Sure. So the question was, will there be a consolidation of the coffee world, especially now after COVID-19, if I understood that correctly? We have, even before COVID-19, anticipated that there will be a consolidation. And I do believe that now, and also we saw it in the last presentation now also, if you look at breweries 1 to 3 months, there will be smaller roasters who have less cash in the system, clearly, because they're small or they've just started up, and there isn't that long breath that they can take. So I would imagine that the bigger ones who have the ability to take over customers. Now, you were saying also that there won't be mergers and acquisitions. That's possible, but I guess that there will also, I do believe that the bigger ones who have the ability to invest will go for those customers, will go for those clients, for those consumers, and I do imagine that there will be a certain wave of consolidation. And what does that mean? The same as it meant beforehand. I do imagine it trickles down. We always worry about that, and that's one of the things that we discuss a lot at the Specialty Coffee Association. How can we help farmers even deal with that consolidation? And I think that's a bigger picture. It's a general trend anyway. It might be sped up now through COVID-19.
I'll just jump in and say so I agree that there'll be some consolidation, and so then you think about how and then in what sectors of coffee you'll see it. So it may be that in the coffee shop world, if you're a large coffee shop, you may not need to buy another set of coffee shops. You may just open where they used to be and take over their spots. In other segments of coffee, and I'm thinking maybe more food service, office coffee here, these are really hard hit coffee segments right now with slightly bigger companies, and we may see a lot more, explicit M&A in that sector and consolidation. For the industry and thinking about how producers interact and want to interact perhaps with some smaller players as well. I mean, there needs to be support for smaller shops if they want to stay open. So, obviously there's government policies all around the world of what you can do to get all retail kind of reopened, in so much as anybody in the coffee industry can support the exact places they want to reopen. Many businesses were profitable beforehand. would still be profitable once social distancing ends, but they need a bridge to get there, and that is one of the most important things that you can do on an industry basis as well as a government basis.
I 100% agree. I think that bridge might take longer than we anticipated. We were hoping that it would go faster, and we're seeing a lot of countries also in Europe are reopening, and it's taking longer. So I imagine that bridge is quite long, and it anticipates to go into 2021, and then it's quite a long bridge to hold open. But otherwise, I agree 100% with everything you said.
Well, thank you very much. I think I can open the floor for other questions. Also, remind the ICO members that they can verbally make questions and the other one in writing. And we try to keep track of so many. It's not always easy. So the floor is open again. I think we can have another good 10 minutes. It's very comprehensive. The system is complex. And this question about the merging, but also I think that some of the questions are related to, well, you're talking about online and different systems and how technology in the technological divide can have an impact of consumption in different countries. This is groups of questions that I can summarize. And then other questions are more related to, well, I mean, again, the high end of coffee. What is the relation with the production? How does it impact in sourcing a high quality product if consumption pattern is changing? These are the two types of questions, and I keep see if there is any other things on that I can share. But maybe if you'd like to comment on that, I would you have the floor. It's open, so please. So right, I repeat. Yes, go ahead.
I'll go on the delivery tech side. I think actually technology will be very important in several roles to coffee shops reopening. So one, you have a sense of anything going to contactless, transactions in a coffee shop is going to be very important, right? So we're all trying to stay safe. Mobile order and pay, that sort of thing, where you order ahead, you can go do your curbside pickup. And then the SCA's great numbers on the curbside pickup, I loved. It's going up massively, certainly in the US, but this is a move, and this is really across all beverages. Everybody's trying to get a way to do this without interaction. Mobile order and pay has been, a driver. I was writing about it long before this. I think it will continue to take more importance. Additionally, e-commerce, we're seeing investment in e-commerce from virtually, I should say, vastly accelerated, investment in e-commerce from every beverage company. So this isn't just in the coffee world. This is every alcohol player, every soft drinks player. I mean, they all sell every beverage now. So that's grown pretty rapidly, and I think we're going to see a structural change in the industry's capabilities for doing e-commerce. And coffee should be, fairly well positioned there. It already is the leader, certainly among beverages in e-commerce. Delivery, I'm perhaps a little more wary of as a technique. It's just, we've seen there are very few models globally of a delivery service that works. We've certainly seen a lot of these new kind of heavy tech investment, delivery platforms really struggling to make a profit, even while everybody stays home and needs to order in. So there are only certain companies, so there are several of like the pizza companies in the US that have made a real go of delivery as a platform, but it's intensely difficult, and you have to have a very specific set of circumstances to make it work. So I'm a little less, enthusiastic about that.
Christina?
Yes, thank you very much. So I will, especially on specialty coffee, we've also had a lot of discussion in our association about the fact whether farmers will be able to even get that premium price for specialty, and whether they will then have to sell their graded specialty coffee to a normal coffee price, which is too low anyway. And we know that this is the struggle that has been going on for many years and continues to go on. So how will farmers be able to protect themselves against this price struggle? Well, I think, and it's also been said, I think the pure effects haven't been seen yet now exactly how COVID will impact that and what strategies can be put into place to support farmers there. I do think something like a webinar like this is a start to get the know-how shared, the information shared, and then we together as a coffee industry have to make sure that how the demand changes and where the coffee consumption occasion changes, how we can adapt to make sure that farmers can actually make a good living out of their coffee production and not see decrease in price again.
Thank you. I think this is a very good point. I think we just have a few more minutes. We're a little bit late, but I think we've managed quite well. I'm reading the last question from James, for James. This is from Owen Mann. So you briefly mentioned that coffee would be probably benefit more from e-commerce than other categories. Do you have any indication what proportion of coffee sales were online, both pre and post pandemic? Thanks for your guidance, Owen.
I wish I did. E-commerce is one of by far the toughest things to track, and we know a little bit of, we can follow what a Keurig Dr. Pepper says about their, e-commerce, which they'll occasionally do. But we don't have, nearly as much. So we can just talk to players, and it's much more anecdotal to know that, a number of players who are kind of newer in this market, when you talk to them, they'll say, okay, we've got 100%, 200% growth, something massive during this this time period right now. But we also, our view is that a lot of that's going to come back. So a lot of people are just doing e-commerce. So if a company has 200% growth in their e-commerce platform, which isn't crazy right now, a lot of that'll disappear. But we do expect in the long run both the base point of e-commerce adoption to be higher, but also the growth rate probably to be a little bit higher than it was pre-COVID.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I have any other question. But I say, of course, we will then also be able to answer questions in the second part. Let's see that I'm scrolling down. Okay, let me read the last one. This is from India, Mr. Murildar. This is due to lockdown restriction in many countries, the shipping queues and rosters, supply chain has also been hit. Is there any supply concern raised by consumers on their particular brands, blends, specialty coffee? If yes, what is the impact of consumption? I'm just reading, I didn't read it before, so I'm reading the question as it is.
Yes, so we had a board meeting a couple of weeks ago and asked every one of our 18 board members to give their view. And there were a lot of reports about logistics being a problem, ships and ports. I mean, we heard it today also in the presentations we had before. So there is a lot of concerns that specialty coffee and ultimately a special type of coffee will not get to where it is. And logistics concerns, supply chain concerns are very great. That does factor in that companies specifically also in the consuming countries are worried about.
Thank you.
From a consumer perspective, I mean, a simplistic answer though, maybe consumers who really like specific single origin, tend to be more adventurous and more willing to try other brands, and they are the ones who are constantly sampling. So they be more willing to kind of go with the flow if a specific origin, specific brand they love isn't there, whereas the ones who kind of love consistency generally tend to be the consumers who are buying the biggest brands that are almost always in stock.
Yes, I think it'll be on us to recreate that experience online, which isn't easy because those are the experiences that you can easily do in a coffee shop, for example, where you can get consumers to try different things. And it'll be on us to see how we can recreate that experience to make people willing to try others. So I completely agree with what you said. And we, the coffee industry, have to figure out ways of making the consumers more adventurous and cherishing what is on offer. And I think that's also very much in line with sustainability. Food is going into that direction. Meat is going into that direction. What the harvest of this year is what there is. And I mean, that's not only supply chain versus harvest, but I do think that we can do an awareness creation around that too.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I believe we are just 5 minutes after that. I will invite. First of all, let me thank you, Christina and James for your contribution. I think is a stimulating. Let me share my webcam as well so I can come back with you. Your knowledge and experience. And as I say, we're going back to now for a very short break just to stretch a little bit for about 10 minutes, but please stay with us and then we will start in the second sessions shortly. But thank you again on behalf of the ICO and our members. Thank you so much. So don't disconnect, just close your screen and microphone and then see you in 10 minutes. So everybody as well. Thank you.
Hello, just an announcement to the audience that during the lunch break, the ICO will be conducting some technical tests with the speakers from the second session. Thank you. So Martin, I'm just going to unmute you and send you a webcam request to make sure that everything is working fine. You are self-muted, Martin. And Rocco, I'm also going to be checking your camera is working. I've sent you a little camera request.
Yes, hi there. Can you see me and can you hear me well?
I can hear you well. All right, Martin, that looks fine. I
should be connected now. I mean, you should be able to see me and you should be able to hear me. Can you confirm?
I can see you and I can hear you both. Thank you very much.
Good.
I'm going to put you down, put down your camera and your audio, Martin, now that I've confirmed that's working. Thank you. Rocco, would it be possible to perhaps close the curtains on your window? It's a bit bright visually. Would that be possible? Rocco, can you hear me? Hello, Rocco, can you hear me? And you have disconnected. In the meantime, Just, I'm going to send you a request to see your webcam and an audio. Just a reminder to the audience that we're conducting some technical tests during the lunch break for the session 2 speakers. Thank you. Okay, one moment. Just, can you say something so I can just check that your audio can be heard?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. I've also sent you a webcam request. Could you just put up your camera? Just say yes to the webcam request.
Webcam request, where can I find that? I see myself on a, just a second. Share my webcam. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right.
You're welcome.
I will just put down your camera and your audio now that I've confirmed that those are both working. Thank you.
Super.
All right, Martin, yes. Mr. Mizzi, I'm going to just double check your camera and your audio. Could you say something, Mr. Mizzi?
Hello.
Hey. Hi, Leonard.
Hello.
Ciao Gerardo, come stai?
Bene, nice to see you. Ciao.
All right. Thank you very much. Just confirming your audio and camera are working. Thank you, Mr. Mizzi. I'm going to put you on mute again until Gerardo introduces you. All right. Thank you.
Ok, ci vediamo.
Ok, a fra poco.
Ciao.
Ciao.
So Rocco, I will just, all right, I'm going to support you for a moment. All right, one moment. Just a reminder to the audience that we're conducting some technical tests with the session 2 speakers during the lunch break. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We are like very few seconds late. Just we have this started 5 minutes late. I think it's not much, but of course handling these online is a bit more complicated. But anyway, I think show my screen. Hello. I don't know if you are online. Okay, well, again, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depends where you you are located now. Thank you very much for being with us so far. And I see that there is a continuous presence of many participants, and I hope that we will continue. Actually, I'm convinced, and we continue on the same pace and the same interest with the session number 2. That is, well, now we've been looking from a different point of view of the impact. Then, of course, before we starting with issue to be addressed, I would like to just mention what are the key elements we would like the speakers to address, and then I will give the floor again to ICO Executive Director to provide some insight, and again referring to the survey that we've been conducting. So Joseph, you have the floor.
Mr. Setter, you are self-muted.
Well, seems there is a problem with his computer. I believe that I will proceed with the issues of the panel number 2, and then we will ask Joseph to go ahead. Is that correct? That's fine. That's you know, Joseph, whenever you are ready, I can give back the floor to you. So, Rina, until it's sorted out, you can put me back on the presentation. That's okay? Can I share? All right. Yes. What I was trying to stress that we have there with the section number 2, and what I think that what I would like to say that the discussion here would be what are the critical areas that requiring national, regional, international action, cooperation, funding, and there were a number of questions in that respect already. The second point is what are the resources that now are allocated or earmarked for addressing the COVID, and what are, especially for the weakest part of the supply chain, so farmers and the extreme on the downstream, and then what is a regional focus that we have or donors have. Then the point out to this also was addressed partially before in session 1, how to maintain increased demand for both exporting and importing countries, so producers and consumers, and how to ensure that supply and quality by fostering sustainability. Then again, there were a number of issues already discussed. And finally, the question is the mobilization on funding by public and private sector at the different level, national, regional, and multilateral level. So at this point, I believe that we have back the ICO Executive Director, and I will then ask Rina to give him the floor. Over.
Thank you, Gerardo, and I apologize for these technical issues. It's part of the game, I guess. Let's dive straight into the second part of my intervention today. I will be brief, but I'd like to share with you some thoughts about policy responses, which is really the subject of this second half of our seminar. And these follow the 3 Ps. The first one, which is to protect lives, and here governments have been doing, the governments that are especially going into the harvest period right now, they have been doing a good job in preparing protocols to cover coffee farm operations. I have seen examples from Brazil, from Colombia, from other countries. I especially call your attention to the Global Coffee Platform has kind of consolidated all of these in one place. So that is a one-stop shopping, as I like to say. And this has the additional benefit of supporting those countries with a lower institutional capacity in the adoption of best practice. The second P is the protection of livelihoods and incomes. The provision of short-term social safety nets to protect the incomes of vulnerable groups. And this is a major concern. I will come back to this later. And to a lesser extent, the possibility of supporting vertically integrated coffee value chain actors who have a foot in the production sector and can also help their staff, their employees, their sellers. So that is another way to go about this. Next slide, please. Yeah, and the third P is protecting previous investments in sustainable supply chains. We want to facilitate recovery while fostering long-term sustainability and increasing the resilience of this value chain against external shocks, both the short-term ones, but particularly the longer-term ones like climate change. We need to support the coffee sector in taking advantage of this period of maybe a slowing global demand growth to replant, to renovate their plantations to be ready for when consumers come back to coffee in a big way. And the third is the facilitation of investment in any measures that can help to avoid social agglomeration, like mechanization and automation of harvest and supply chain processes. The question of digitalization has been talked about quite a bit, and how to get away from physical copies of documents like bills of lading and things like that. I think this crisis will spur these developments to everybody's benefit. And there's an additional demand side policy recommendation that I especially like in relation to the importing countries. That is the possibility of reducing taxation of coffee, which is quite high in some European countries especially. And I was very interested to see that Greece will implement a reduction of value-added tax on coffee. So I hope that more governments follow this example. Now, moving on, these I wanted to show just two more slides, and these are also the results of our survey. The first one is what is the support being provided by governments? And the objective here is to limit damage and bring coffee back on an upward trajectory, while ensuring that the links in the value chain are not severed. And you can see here that there is quite a bit of support for the coffee sector being provided by governments in producing countries, and especially with relation to the financial side. We talked about earlier, the question of liquidity is very important. I talked about it, Maximo Torero also. And the other measures are being implemented on a smaller scale. And I'd like to particularly draw attention to the safety nets for vulnerable populations, farmers, seasonal workers, women. These are not widely accessible and would be an interesting area for additional support. I look forward to the interventions later by the World Bank, IDH, and the European Commission to see how we can make sure that these vulnerable segments are not left behind. And finally, what are the areas that producers consider to be the priority areas for external support? And here again, we come back to this question of finance. 5 of the respondents considered it the most important factor, and 1 as the second most important factor. And the other one that generated a lot of responses was the question of labor shortages. 8 out of the 16 respondents ranked labor as a concern that needs to be addressed. So I hope I have set the scene a little for the following interventions, which I look forward to very much while drinking some coffee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose, and I hope you have a very good coffee. And then we need coffee again, and then I have the great pleasure to continue building on that analysis that we carried out by inviting, with great honor to have as a keynote Martin van Nieuwkoop from the World Bank. Is the World Bank Global Director, Agriculture and Food Global Practice. And then, of course, we'll ask him to share the bank, all the action, the view and the action in the agriculture and food value chain, and also what is the reaction and the response. It was a very strong one for the COVID-19. So there would be, of course, of great interest. We all be listening to that. So just to say that in addition, then also Chris Brett, also from the Agriculture and Global for Practice, will be able to join us. He's the lead agribusiness specialist. But I think without further ado, Martin, you have the floor, and it's a very, very interesting presentation. Please go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Martin, you're self-muted. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Can you see the PowerPoint on the screen?
Perfect.
Okay, very good. Excellent. Del, thank you very much, Gerardo, for this invitation. I'm very pleased to be part of this virtual seminar. Well, I'm enjoying my morning coffee here in DC. And very nice weather here. Yes, my name is Martin van Nieuwkoop. I'm the Global Director for Agriculture and Food at the World Bank. And in that capacity, I'm overlooking the bank's portfolio in agriculture and food, which is about $20 billion in investment in about 200 projects across the world. I will talk about the impact on the world agriculture and food sector, building back better. I mean, Jose already spoke about protecting lives, protecting incomes. I mean, that's also very much of the internal conversations in the bank. And when it comes to the third leg, we're talking about protecting the future and building back better. So I want to focus on that a little bit. You will see from the presentation that it's not specific for the coffee sector. It looks at COVID-19, the effects, the short-term responses, and what can be done in the long run. But I hope, that the presentation has many elements and touch points with the coffee sector that we can highlight and further zoom in the discussion. Now I'm trying to, yes, here we are. The first point I want to make is that when we look at the global food system today, the overall conclusion is, that it is not fit for purpose. Just recall, about 2 billion people are undernourished and malnourished. 2 billion people are overweight and obese. About 1/3 of agricultural production is lost and wasted. About the sector takes about 25% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, agriculture is the biggest driver of biodiversity loss. If you put a price tag on all those hidden costs, which we have done in collaboration with our colleagues from FOLU, the Food and Land Use Coalition, in a report that came out last year, the estimate is that the hidden cost of the global food system is about $12 trillion per year. And of course, that compares with the market value of about $10 trillion. So the overall conclusion is, from an economic perspective, if you factor in the hidden cost, that the food system actually is subtracting rather than adding value as we speak. At the same time, faced with a global food system that's not fit for purpose, at the same time, there are major challenges ahead that are laid out on this slide. To feed 9.8 billion people by 2050, the world needs 56% more food. I would expect that, given the higher income elasticity of coffee, that would be maybe good news for the coffee sector, because I would expect, that an increase will be more, more than the 56% for the coffee sector. Of course, if the global food system increases its production by 56% by 2050, under a business as usual scenario, the world would need about 600 million more hectares of land, which is twice the size of India. And of course, it would reflect, a huge deforestation that needs to be avoided. Also, right now, the greenhouse gas emissions from the agriculture and food sector are about 12 gigatons per year. Under business as usual, this will increase to 15 gigatons per year. At the same time, in accordance with the 2-degree world as put forward in the Paris Agreement, the emissions from the agriculture food sector can only be 4 gigatons by 2050. So a major challenge ahead here. And of course, many farmers already face water stress. Agriculture is taking up 70% of the world's fresh water resources. So there's a huge need, to build resilience in the agriculture and food system, particularly when it comes to water. So major challenges ahead. Now, of course, so this was the situation, a global food system not fit for purpose, with mounting challenges ahead when COVID-19 hit. We call it the Great Lockdown, causing widespread economic and social impacts. We have a food security team at the bank, a COVID-19 food security team at the bank that is closely monitoring the impacts of COVID-19. Our estimate at the bank is that because of COVID-19, we will see about 40 to 60 million more people falling into absolute poverty, although we made that estimate a couple of weeks ago, and if there would be any change, I mean, probably it would be an estimate that is too conservative right now. COVID-19 poses significant risk to food security, and there are various kind of drivers for that, but most of it is the income. I mean, the massive loss of jobs, the massive loss of remittances, and also, of course, loss of revenues. Then, of course, there are availability issues, although availability issues are mainly local. I mean, the global, we came out with our commodities report, I mean, 2 weeks ago. Global supplies of food grains are relatively stable, and actually stock-to-use ratios are at a 20-year high. Of course, there are also concerns about the quality of diets, particularly since the perishables, the fruit and vegetables, the dairy supply chains, I mean, have been clearly affected. At the same time, there's not a kind of a unified kind of global picture. I mean, we see a lot of problems that reflect local context, and the impacts. I mean, they vary clearly across countries. And what we see right now are just the early stages. What you see here is that COVID-19 affects the entire value chain, from pre-production to consumption and nutrition. So many kind of transmission channels for COVID-19 to impact food security and the performance of the value chains. And of course, I mean, the exact transmission depends on the exact lockdown policies of the various governments, of course, and as well on the specifics of the value chain. I would take it, and probably have discussed it already, I mean, that the coffee sector, with a lot of coffee consumption happening in specialized coffee shops and those food outlets being closed, I mean, that actually is a major hit, I mean, to the coffee sector. But of course, also the harvesting, the labor requirements, you know, how do you ensure proper social distancing and harvesting? I mean, it's a major concern in many value chains, as well as, I mean, the ensuring that farmers, I mean, can continue to have access to inputs, I mean, to make sure that a food availability system that currently is comfortable is not translated in a problem 6 to 12 months from now. At the same time, also, what you see is that that COVID-19 is accentuating and amplifying many of the weaknesses and challenges of the global food system. You know, COVID-19 is a pandemic of zoonotic nature. If you look, we do a retrospective analysis of all pandemics over the last 20 years or so. Most of them actually have been of zoonotic nature, which means that you know, there's a direct link. I mean, what's happening to the food system, encroaching on natural animal habitats, and actually increasing the risk, I mean, of those pandemics. At the same time, one could argue that the world has not invested enough and hasn't learned enough, I mean, from previous pandemics by investing in One Health, I mean, to prevent, I mean, the type of pandemic that we see today. We had many opportunities in the past to address this. Think about avian influenza in 2005. Another important area that COVID-19 is highlighting is the whole link between poor diets, compromised immune systems caused by undernutrition, malnutrition, as well as non-communicable diseases associated with obesity, that link to pre-existing conditions, and then the COVID-19 morbidity, pointing in a direction of need for greater attention to healthier diets moving forward, and as well as putting the policies in place, I mean, to actually provide incentives to consumers to make the right choices about their diet. A third is, of course, and I'm sure you've discussed that, is COVID-19 clearly has demonstrated the kind of the vulnerability of many food supply chains. I mean, caused by their fragmentation, but it has been quite a surprise actually for us also at the bank monitoring that. I mean, that how quickly, I mean, those supply chains have been disrupted. I mean, clearly indicating a lack of resilience. And then finally, COVID-19 is also accentuating and amplifying and compounding many other problems, that farmers face already in many countries across the world. Think about drought, think about locust in East Africa and in the Middle East. Of course, and many of those problems, one way or the other, can be linked back, to the effect and the vulnerability of the food system to climate change. Now, what are some of the immediate response measures that we are recommending to our clients? They're listed here on the slide, and I'm not going to go in too much detail. One is the need to ensure continued international trade flows of food and avoid costly panic reactions. There was a major problem at the food price crisis in 2007, 2008. At that point, about 33 countries imposed export restrictions affecting about 25% of global food trade. Right now, what we see is only 16 countries, still too many, of course, but it's only affecting about 5% of global food trade. We need to avoid disruption in domestic food supply chains, and some measures are indicated here. And a very important area is protecting the purchasing power of the poor households, since most of the effect is channeled through the loss of income. So what you see at the bank, we are scaling up our social safety nets and cash transfer programs. We're looking at it, very carefully, also to make sure, of course, that the poor actually receive, those cash transfers. That there are measures in place, to actually use those cash transfers to purchase, their basic needs, particularly food. So this needs to be accompanied by some measures to make sure that food markets at a local level continue to be focusing. We have about a portfolio of about 300 projects in social protection and community-driven development that reach about 1 billion people, working with kind of local governments and local CSO, civil society organizations, that actually will position those programs very well to kind of deal with this, the local context of many of the problems that we see. And then lastly, very important, ensure access to key inputs and labor for the upcoming planting season, as well as the harvesting, of course. I said it before, right now the food availability situation is very comfortable. But if farmers do not have access to inputs and critical inputs, that could change over time. So when it comes to providing liquidity to SMEs that are active in input markets, that's a critical area that we are looking at, including the International Finance Corporation, our private sector arm that has quite some engagement on the agribusiness sector. Now, so the good news is, this all sounds very depressing. A food system that's not fit for purpose, mounting challenges ahead. The short-term effects of COVID-19. The good news is actually we know what needs to be done. To protect the future and build back better. Those are laid out in the same report that I mentioned earlier. The 10 critical transitions that the global food system needs to make, and that are laid out in this pyramid. A combination of both demand side measures, as well as supply side measures, as well as overall systemic measures. And of course, this clearly is a very cross-sectoral, multi-sectoral agenda. The good news is, that if those investments are being made, there is a economic price to the of about $5.7 trillion to be captured by 2030, and $10.5 trillion by 2050. The annual cost to make those 10 critical transitions, about $300 to $350 billion of additional investments per year until 2030. So making those critical transitions as laid out to build back better, makes a lot of economic sense. Now, It also means a lot of significant business opportunities that are laid out here to the tune of about $4.2 trillion per year, mainly associated with healthy diets, as well as productive and regenerative agriculture and stronger rural livelihoods. So the private sector, I mean, should have a clear interest to invest in this agenda. Now, how do we translate, I mean, that vision then into reality? We see four major drivers, I mean, to translate this vision into reality when we build back better. They include incentives, investments, inclusion, and innovation. Now, the first point that I want to highlight here is the need to provide better incentives for a healthier planet and people. Our analysis, including with our partners, has shown that the public support to agriculture is about $570 billion per year. But as you see, only 16% of that is for pure public goods, and less than 1% is actually for producing better environmental outcomes. Most of it is for market price support, production payments, and input subsidies. And we know from analysis, we know from literature, I mean, that most of those programs are not very effective. I mean, they generate many allocative and technical inefficiencies and a lot of negative environmental externalities. So we think, I mean, repurposing, I mean, this public support, I mean, which is enormous, I mean, $570 billion per year, and recall, I mean, what I said earlier, I mean, to make those 10 critical transitions, I mean, we need about $300 to $350 billion per year. So if we are smart, if governments are smart, I mean, repurposing this public support, I mean, will go a long way in putting in place, I mean, the needed resources to make those critical transitions. Also, going back to my previous slide, I mean, indicating that the global food system is subtracting rather than adding value. I mean, this is an important figure as well. I mean, so we are seeing a global food system that's subtracting value, despite the fact that governments are putting $570 billion in public support behind the agriculture and food sector every year. What we would like to see is decoupling of those public support programs, and in that respect, I think we can learn a lot from the European Union, and I think Leonardo can speak about it maybe later, and also how we can actually link, I mean, those public support programs to provide incentives, I mean, to farmers to provide ecosystem services, thereby moving towards the notion, I mean, that a farmer in the 21st century, I mean, should not just be a producer of food, but also should be rewarded and be seen as a provider of ecosystem services. And I think, you know, given that coffee is grown in landscapes, I mean, that could be an interesting touch point, I mean, for the coffee sector here as well, I think. The second driver is leveraging investments. The World Bank provides about $4 to $5 billion per year in support to agriculture and the food sector. What we like to see is through our programs, and we're starting in some countries already to start repurposing those public support programs. Actually, what you see right now is that because of the fiscal stress, I mean, caused by COVID-19, it's forcing a lot of governments to take a hard look at their public support programs. And we actually see governments coming to us, I mean, with requests I mean, you know, to discuss, I mean, what can be done, I mean, to make their public support programs more effective, including with governments, I mean, that we've tried to have those type of discussions and we're not interested, that are coming to us now, forced by this emergency. So in that sense, I mean, I think the COVID-19 can open the door, I mean, for many governments, I mean, to start thinking beyond business as usual, which I think is very positive. Also, how we can then use, I mean, the repurposed public support, I mean, to make the trillions in dollars of private investments in agriculture and food. I mean, our estimate is about $2 trillion per year. I mean, to make this more environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive. I mean, the bank and other organizations have been working on the principles of responsible agriculture investments. Of course, those are voluntary. I mean, would there be a case to be made, I mean, particularly given the economic rationale for the transformation of the food system, to actually think more about binding business standards, I mean, for better social, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable outcomes. A third driver is mainstreaming inclusion. One effect or impact of COVID-19 that we maybe it was not really a surprise, but I mean but probably the magnitude is quite impressive in the sense that, you know, it's quite shocking to see how many people quickly fall into poverty when they're exposed to a shock. I mean, like COVID-19. It means actually that many people are just living just above the poverty line, and when something bad happens, I mean, they quickly end up in a very dire situation. So the question then is, you know, what can be done protecting the future, building back better? We expect, I mean, that post COVID-19 there will be more interest in the whole debate and focus on living wages and living incomes. I mean, I think that debate already started. The bank would be very keen, I mean, to play a role there in bringing governments, farmers, the private sector, and consumers, I mean, together in our work on value chains. I mean, governments to ensure that farmers, in those contexts of living wages and living incomes, are at the technology frontier and are efficient producers, making sure that farmers on their end ensure that the production methods and practices are socially acceptable and environmentally sustainable. The private sector to ensure the governance and the transparency to make sure that living wages and living income levels are adequate in relation to the farm's production cost, as well as to make sure, I mean, that those premiums, I mean, end up in the wallets of the farmers, and then consumers on their part, you know, the willingness to provide price premiums reflecting their willingness to pay for ecosystem services and social benefits. I mean, that could be a kind of a compact, I mean, to move forward on this agenda, what we think is important. And then finally, unlocking the potential of innovation. You know, we came out with a report in September last year looking called Harvesting Prosperity, that really provide a very excellent analysis indicating that governments are under-investing in innovation despite the very attractive economic returns. So moving forward, we need to scale up innovation. In that respect, we see many opportunities, I mean, for digital agriculture and digitization of the value chain, which we think also would be an important instrument to build resilience of the food supply chains in face of the vulnerabilities and the disruptions that we have seen. So we can think of ICT platforms, I mean, for the sharing economy. We can think about digital solutions to provide services, critical services more effectively. Think about digital extension. Think about e-vouchers for input support, payments, precision farming, using the Internet of Things, leading to enhanced input use efficiency. Digital agriculture for e-platforms, thereby lowering the transaction cost of farmers to access markets and directly linked, I mean, with consumers, so that will also improving resilience. And then, of course, I mean, very important early warning systems, I mean, that will allow farmers, I mean, for better risk management. So those would be the drivers, I mean, that we see to put the food system on a more sustainable, inclusive, and economically beneficial path after COVID-19. The incentives, I mean, the innovations, inclusion, and the investments that I mentioned. I will leave it at that and go back to Gerardo. Thank you very much for your attention.
Martin, again, you know, I can only be one clapping hands and to thank you very much for your very comprehensive. I mean, I have a few remarks, very, very interesting. I see that there are a number of questions coming. Let me share my camera. I think if that is okay, I think we can ask the other two panelists to speak, and then we open a debate. And also we have also Rocco Machiavello from LSE to put some questions together. So we have a bit more comprehensive, because it's quite difficult. We have so many questions on. Would that be okay for you?
Perfectly fine. Thanks, Gerardo.
Okay, lovely. So I'm then again to complement and to add a different perspective, and I know and we know how the European Commission and the European Union is responding to that, and we have the pleasure and again to have my old friend Leonard Mitzi, that is the head of unit of the Directorate for International Cooperation and Development at European Commission, who of course has been always so much involved in the agro sector, agricultural, agribusiness sector. He's a friend of the ICO and coffee, so I'm happy to give him the floor. Leonard, we are here to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerardo. Thank you, Jose, as well. And it's always a pleasure for me to intervene in ICO, to the ICO members and beyond. Thanks to Martin and thanks to the panelists earlier today. I think it's an important moment to take stock and to have a bit of granularity speaking about coffee. I think it's important to see what's really happening on the ground in the main producing countries, given that the analysis is clear in terms of what's happening globally in terms of economic shocks. Until now, clearly the discussion was on how to handle the pandemic from a health dimension, so how to save lives. So lots of discussions about therapeutics, about vaccines. And as the lockdowns start being dismantled gradually in parts of Africa and parts of the developing countries and parts of the EU as well, one starts to take stock of what is really happening on the ground in terms of socio-economic recovery. And I think the debate also within the European Union in the past months has been also to give a clear signal to the developing world that the EU, whilst the focus was clearly on the thousands of lives which were lost across the European Union, we need also to give a clear signal that we mean business also to help the developing world. Hence, in April, a clear package of around 20 billion was mobilized, which is a mix, a hybrid of health responses and also socioeconomic responses. And this was done in the context of a Team Europe approach, which basically means the Commission services, the financial institutions, primarily in our case the EIB, but also the European financial institutions and our member states. And I think what I want to complement with what Martin said earlier on and the previous speakers is to give a bit of detail of some country cases, what we are doing, but starting as well that a few weeks ago, the European Union and the Commission started a process of launching what is known as a communication on the farm to fork. So it's a rethinking on how to handle what Martin said earlier on, a more systems approach, so a food systems approach, which also has an internal and external dimension to food systems. So issues clearly around biodiversity and around the farm to fork. On the same day, there was a fully fledged biodiversity strategy, which was underpinned, but discussions around sanitary, phytosanitary issues, around regional integration. It's clear, and I didn't hear a lot about how COVID can also be a rethink, not to dismantle clearly trade flows, but to rethink value chains, which are more local and more regional. I give an example of the African continental free trade area. The big question, and clearly this is a continental agenda which is owned by the African continent. The question to ask is, can COVID be seen as an opportunity to really have better local regional markets. Because as we know, local and regional markets in Africa, we are a far cry from what we are used in the Asian continent or in the European Union with 60 to 80% regional integration. Africa is still well below 20% in a lot of agriculture markets. So that I think is a bit of an opportunity to be seen. And I think we are increasingly in the past weeks and even today heard more about shorter supply chains. So what does this mean in practical terms? So COVID showed the vulnerability of global value chains, of global sourcing. Again, not to belittle the issue of global sourcing or to give signals that trade is not important. Clearly, the European Union focuses a lot about a multilateral approach and a rules-based approach to trade, and clearly trade has a role, but I think we also need to look into coffee and agriculture value chains from a more local and regional context. The concept of resilience was mentioned on various occasions. I can't emphasize the issue of research and innovation, especially around climate change, because this is not only health pandemic, but we are also experiencing, as Martin mentioned earlier on, a bit of a perfect storm with pests, with diseases, with impacts of climate change, with natural disasters. So it's clear that the food system, and this is also the signal of the farm to fork, needs to be more resilient to shocks, and that we need to be better prepared for next shocks, which can be pests, diseases, or similar pandemics, which we hope we can avoid, but we can't say that this is completely unavoidable. I think it's also a stocktake on global governance, global food governance, and we have been in discussions also with the World Bank and with the UN Special Envoy on the UN Food System Summit. And this is also, I think, a call for ICO and the members that together we should rally behind the UN Food System Summit to see how the Food System Summit of 2021, normally it should be organized at the latter part of 2021, can actually change, be a real game changer from a value chain point of view, including on coffee. Where the focus should be the weakest link. We speak a lot about dynamics of the value chain, but again, it was shown in various slides that the share that goes to the farmer, to the small farmer, to women farmers is extremely low. In the region maybe of 10% or lower in some countries, a bit higher in some others. So this is a question that we are also nudging in our policy making, how to have better value across the value chain for the weakest link. Another area clearly which COVID exposed is we came out with the global report on food crisis in April, which showed clearly 135 million in acute food crisis. Clearly COVID will have a bigger impact in the short to medium term, and some of these countries are also coffee producing countries. So the issue of safety nets, and within the European Union, wherever this is possible, we have the budget support, which will be the first entry point to actually support ministries of finance, sectorial ministries, to actually provide these necessary safety nets. The farm to fork also, when I mentioned research and innovation, will build a different model of research, where we will give a lot of importance, more importance to agroecology, to agroforestry, to landscape management, and also to water stress in agriculture. So I think, and even in a number of ICO countries, and I will explain, the Desira project, which is a portfolio of around 300 million euros, is a way forward. And in Central America, for example, we have a number of initiatives where we want to actually use agroforestry and agroecology, and also look into soil management techniques to actually have a different model of research. I'll give some concrete examples of how the COVID response is being done in a number of countries. I start with Vietnam. Vietnam, we have a sustainable landscape management project, which was launched in 2020, and Vietnam will implement its coffee development plan, which aims to strengthen and modernize Vietnam's coffee industry's competitiveness and bring around 80% of its planted area into sustainable production by 2030. This includes, amongst others, field interventions, which will be carried out in 4 districts. So this landscape management approach is being also a new way of doing business, meaning not only looking into pure agriculture, but integrating agriculture, biodiversity, and climate change in our portfolio. In Central America, for example, we have a competitive and inclusive sustainable development of the coffee and fine cocoa value chains in the department of El Paraíso, and also cashew, for example, in the departments of Choluteca and Valle in Honduras. It is done in close collaboration with Swiss Contact to the tune of around 7 million contribution from the EU. And the COVID adaptation in this context is, for example, that we support extension services in remote mode, and anything which was planned in terms of fairs, training, and lobbying is postponed, and we clearly use new techniques, and the issue of digital was mentioned, but also special support in the input supply chains, in this case bean seeds, to the most vulnerable producers, but also biosecurity protocols adopted and purchased purchasing of sanitary materials for the workers and beneficiaries. Clearly, we need to support the workers, the vulnerable components of the farming community who are clearly also exposed to COVID. Under Euroclima, the project is also developing a nationally appropriate mitigation action, which is focused on policies and actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the coffee production sector. And the project is considering actions focused on the resilience of coffee production in this area. And the project is already considering the crisis, but has not requested to change in its activities due to COVID. This is also in Honduras, in the Corredor Seco. Then we have Projaquica, which is a Central American program for integrated coffee rust management, again in Honduras, for municipalities in the La Paz area, where more than 6,000 small-scale farmers are being helped to strengthen their capacity to implement climate change adaptation and mitigation. Other priorities, clearly, I can't emphasize always more the issue of gender, so female producer integration and marketing, certification of origin, value addition in production. This is key. We can't continue on a commodity-based approach, so value addition, concepts around geographical indications, and the transformation of products to facilitate international markets and market access. I move to Uganda, where we have the Yield Uganda Investment Fund, which is a fund since now 3 years through IFAD, which has invested in a number of coffee companies, including Chakofa, which is the Central Coffee Farmers Association. And the aim there is to support coffee farmers in a green economy context through local authorities and civil society, through the implementation of the Ugandan window of markup, and through an African green economy through eco-geographical indications for coffee under Switch Africa Green. Hence, also supporting a green economy concept in coffee value chains. Finally, in Ethiopia, we have EU Cafe. This is a portfolio of 15 million investments where the EU is supporting Ethiopia to achieve its targets to implement actions around good agricultural practices, to rejuvenate old coffee trees, and to support, again, extension services. The goal is to help the Ethiopian coffee sector to become a viable economic activity, generating increased returns to smallholder coffee growers who are supplying the big share of the country to meet its target of earning the highly needed forex. Some targeted repurposing is being decided for protective equipment and input distribution. Other players from the European Union who are very active in Ethiopia, and again in a Team Europe approach, so that there is also better coordination on the ground, is clearly Italy, who is working closely with UNIDO, GIZ, and the Agence Française de Développement, which is the French development agency. So on the basis of these examples and the repurposing that we are doing in the next weeks and months ahead, I think what is coming out is clearly a need to focus on safety nets and targeting mainly the most vulnerable. So the issue of equity, inclusiveness, and also trying to attract young farmers back into the value chain, because young farmers and young prospective farmers clearly will be also hit heavily by issues around schooling and post-secondary schooling and universities. Clearly, research and innovation, support to farmers' organizations. I think this is extremely important. We should support, and we are supporting heavily farmers' organizations globally, as we are doing in Africa, Latin America, and parts of Asia. The issue of blending, so everyone clearly speaks about the role of the private sector, but we also find that there is a risk aversion of certain financial institutions to actually invest in small ticket sizes. So in bigger ticket sizes is fine, in the commercially viable, easy, low-hanging fruit is fine, but trying to go into the smaller ticket sizes of 20, 30, 40,000 euros and below 1 million, it always proves to be difficult. So we need more pipeline, and I think it's also important for ICO to approach us to see with IFAD through the ABC fund and through the other funds we have AgriFine and Huruma fund with ACID, which is the Spanish agency. It's important that we see what could be pipelines that could also involve coffee value chains. TVET, which are clearly training and vocational training for young potential farmers. And clearly, we're speaking in ICO, multilateralism is the solution. There is still, unfortunately, out there a bashing of multilateralism, and I think venues like ICO, but venues like WTO and the multilateral community needs to find solutions, because the last thing we want, Martin mentioned it, are export restrictions. We don't see as many. Clearly, the issue of rice is there, but we don't see as, luckily so, compared to 2007, 2008, but we see clearly some restrictions from a number of countries, both in the health dimension, but also in agricultural markets. And I can't also not mention the digital agenda. I still consider, and we operate in Belgium, that there is still a bit of hype in the digital agenda. Potential with e-commerce, fine, but even in a country like Belgium, if I wanted to get supplies of coffee during COVID, it didn't prove extremely easy. So there are logistical issues. And again, if I want to source from local farmers or local cooperatives, I think we need to check especially how to connect, how to use a digital agenda, how to use e-commerce platforms to actually reach farmer cooperatives in different countries in Asia, in Latin America, and in Africa, because this could be a real game changer of the new normal that we need to confront from now onwards. I think I'll close there, and I look forward for the debate, and thank you again for ICO, and thank you to Gerard and Jose for facilitating this debate. Over.
Well, thank to you. I think, again, a very inspiring and so rich of ideas and options, and thank you for for bringing this concept of multilateralism back into the debate. Now, we're receiving again a lot of questions and hands raised to put specific questions. I think without further ado, I would like to go to Joost now, because I think that would be a very important complement of what Martin and Leona mentioned. And so I have the great pleasure to invite Joost, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Chairman of the Executive Board of the IDH Sustainable Trade Initiative, and like to see ICO share with us today, action and the vision of IDH. Of course, he's been long time working partner also with the ICO, so we renewed this partnership. Joost, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Gerardo, and thanks also, Jose, for having us. It's a great honor to speak to you. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Very good. Thank you very much. So yeah, we are indeed a long-term partner with ICO. So very pleased to give my comments to it. I have been more involved myself with the cocoa sector, but through my team, I've been learning a lot about coffee, and in preparation to this, that also helped me to bring back my knowledge. So it was already very, very useful. I like to also take the opportunity to introduce our new coffee director, Daphne van Geven, who comes from ABN AMRO, used to work on commodity finance. So if people want to reach out to her after this talk, then please do so, because she will take the helm of on our coffee program. What I like to say is I like to make a few comments after the many comments that have been made, especially by Martin and Leonard, of course. On COVID itself, maybe two comments on how we have been going about COVID, maybe which is new to what has been said so far. One is on the plantations. We have been doing a lot of work and organizing webinars for plantation owners based on the Liberia experience with Ebola a few years ago. And I think there was a very practical approach trying to train other plantation managers around the world on coffee or on palm oil, on tea, on how do you go effectively and efficiently about the safety of people on the plantations. And on smallholders, what we did, we were able to create contracts with insurance companies in India for cotton farmers in this case, under the Better Cotton system. 180,000 smallholder cotton farmers and tea farmers have now been insured for COVID. So in case they get the disease, they get a payout of, from the top of my head, I think $150, which for them is quite a bit of money, so that at least they can sustain the livelihood of their family during the season. And I think that's a very practical way of trying to reach smallholders, but you need a very good structure for that, so that the insurance companies actually trust you that you can deliver these numbers of farmers in an assured manner. Now, longer term, and that's what I would like to focus my talk on. I think what is relevant to say is that I think there is quite a bit of clarity on what I've defined here as the global north, and the global north for coffee, if you like, or first the living income. I think it's quite remarkable that living income has become such an accepted concept, not just in coffee. You also see it in tea and cocoa, but that is quite a remarkable achievement, I think, together, that has been achieved over the last few years. People realizing that farm certification may be very useful, may be very necessary, but is not good enough as a benchmark. And living income seems to be that accepted and aligned global north that we want to all to work towards. And on the The other one is the climate resilience. I think everybody would agree that, especially for coffee, it's super important that we help smallholder farmers and plantations to become climate resilient. We don't know where the world is heading, how well we will manage it. Hopefully we'll keep it under the 1.5. From the industry, I've heard that many believe that we won't be able to do that, so maybe we go to 3.2 or something like that. So how do you prepare the coffee world for a situation where we start to deal with a warmer climate? There's not just climate resilience. I think many things come together, and that's what we start to see now, right? That what does this all mean for our approaches towards smallholder farmers? You see new things like carbon insetting, carbon positive farming, regenerative agriculture, and basically responding to consumer demand that wants transparent, shorter supply chains, clearer visibility on the producers, responsible incomes, responsible behavior, climate smart agriculture. All these things seem to be coming together under this, what I call this global north, on this living income and climate resilience. So what do we need for that? What do we need for those to achieve that global north? So I have
we don't see this presentation. I think your screen was shared. You have to accept to share the screen. Sorry to interrupt you, but otherwise, okay. Rina, she can show it.
Okay, I thought I did that, but does she see it now?
It was before the beginning, and then it disappeared.
We lost it. Yeah. Okay, that's a pity. How do I? Do you see my screen or not?
Not no. I think Rina, she's sending the screen. Normally, yes. Now it's coming. Yes. Now we got it.
There we are. Very good. Okay, very good.
Shared on my screen.
So okay, so please, I'll signal when you go to the next one. Sorry for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I was saying we need about 4 or 5 things to get to that global north. So the first one, which is quite an obvious one, but still I think it's very important to restate that, is the need for public-private partnerships, or effective public-private partnerships. And if COVID teaches us one thing, is that we need to work together in these difficult times. And I really hope, and I also expect, that COVID will help us to stay closer together going forward. And you need these PPPs both globally as well as locally. We have the Global Coffee Platform, and we have the task force on coffee living income, and this is just an example. But we need more of those effective platforms if we really want to achieve that global north. And maybe the next slide, please. Yeah, we wrote a book on it. So for those of you who are interested in what we have defined as the art of collaborative transformation, working together in PPPs is not easy. I think everybody knows many examples of where it didn't work, where it was complicated, where it got stranded, etc. Right? So it's a whole skill, and it's a skill that is not being taught in MBAs. But it is very, very important that we all learn to do from both sides, from the public and the private side. How do you work together? So we wrote a little book on our best lessons, if you like, over the last 12 years, and you can see the link on this sheet. So if you want to learn more about it, please download the book and then start reading about it. And I think COVID probably brings back the role of the government, or the role of the state. You see a stronger emerging state around the COVID crisis. You see it around the precautionary measures that are now being taken by governments to protect their people, and I think that will last also when it comes to trade, and also trade, for instance, within towards the European Union when it comes to standards and future standards on cocoa and coffee. So again, a revisiting of the role of the state, the climate crisis, you see the state becoming more important. So I think we moved from an era, especially when in coffee the last 10, 15, 20 years was very much, companies and NGOs trying to work together around certified products. I now think we are moving into an era more and more where you see public-private partnerships, of course, still with NGOs, but also with a more leading role from the government. So next to PPPs, if I can go to the next slide, please. What we need is business modeling. So here's an example of how we do it as IDH. It's called the FarmFit program, FarmFit Business Support. But the more general point is that we need service delivery, what we call service delivery modeling between companies and smallholder farmers, if we focus on the weakest part of the supply chain. We have now done about nearly 100 of those business modeling exercises for companies and financial institutions and fintech companies in their relationship with smallholder farmers. And we now tend to say that, to put it a bit more in popular terms, it's not the smallholder farmer that is the problem, it's the private sector around it that is the problem, right? And so companies, financial institutions do not want to take the risk, do not want to go enough out of their comfort zone to create business models that would allow farmers to reach a living income or would allow them to become climate resilient. So we need more commercial thinking and commercial modeling to make those new service delivery models possible. What are the cash flows that would work for a smallholder farmer to get a living income? What are the cash flows? What are the structures that we need? What kind of services do we need from which private sector companies for them to become climate resilient? And yeah, we think there is much more need for that more dry consultancy-like business modeling, which is not CSR based, but is really about what are the price points, what are the risk points, what are the cash flows, how do we create these business models to make this all possible. Next slide, please. And related to that is what we have done is set up FarmFit Intelligence. So if you're interested, like I said, we have done now 100 of those business models, and we are all sharing that through our FarmFit Intelligence platform to share those insights that are coming out of it in terms of price and risk points. It's not just on coffee, but I think that still is very useful also for the coffee sector, that you can see the different models and the different data points that are relevant in other sectors as well. Please, next slide. That brings me to my now one more point on that, on the business modeling. So as already things were said about last mile delivery, fintech, data was already mentioned, but maybe what I like to add is the whole idea of decommoditizing the supply chains. If we want to achieve living income amongst farmers and create better services to these farmers, then we need to move out of the spot market situations that we're still very much in, and find business models that are based on partnerships with these farmers, longer term partnerships, which also therefore means longer term contracts and all that. So we somehow need to decommoditize that and build those stronger relationships. My next point is about blended finance. It was already mentioned by Leonard. We need more of those, right? It's related to it, to my earlier point. The risks are too high, especially for those smaller tickets, the sizes that Leonard was talking about. So the business model will give us better insight in what are the perceived risks, what are the real risks, and how can we go about these risks. But then still we need blended finance models set up between governments and the private sector, between governments and donors, with central banks, if we want to make a difference for those farmers, especially when it comes to longer term finance. There is hardly any real crop finance around for smallholder farmers that allow them to get input finance for a crop cycle, let alone a yearly cycle. And then when we talk about R&R, it's a tree crop, right? Then you need 3-5 year grace periods of a couple of years, repayment schemes of so you're easily looking at 5, 7, 10 year finance, and it's nearly impossible to get these types of financial structures for smallholder farmers around the globe. So we believe we need more of those if we want to bend the curve towards living income and climate resilience farmers. Here's an example of our own FarmFit fund that we launched in Davos earlier this year. And it shows again that you need those innovative PPP structures. So here it's a combination of global companies, including JDE as a coffee company, public funders, donors, second loss guarantee that allows you together to come up with the financial structures that allow the companies to overcome these risks and go for more risk-taking and more ambitious business models. We have, as I think some of the listeners know, we closed a big deal earlier this year with Neumann, the Neumann Coffee Group. That was the first, bigger deal. It's a $25 million deal with Neumann, a couple of banks, USAID, ourselves, where we share the first loss and we share the second loss. And we did a lot of modeling to allow Neumann to provide input finance, longer term finance to their coffee farmers in Uganda and Mexico. And if it works, we will scale it up to all their origin countries. But it's a 2-year effort to make that possible and to get everybody aligned on those innovative business models and sharing the risks to experiment and to learn what it takes for a big coffee company, in this case Neumann, to go out of their normal practice and take the risks that are needed to service those farmers with longer term finance. And then finally, next slide, please. My last point is what we need is landscapes or a landscape approach. We all know that coffee with cocoa and its bigger brothers, palm oil, pulp and paper, soy, and beef, is amongst those commodities where forests are threatened and landscapes are threatened if not done properly. So if we want to make sure that coffee in the future can be grown as a friend of nature, if you like, or a friend of the landscape, we need to situate coffee farming in a landscape approach. And I'm a big fan of jurisdictional approaches. So we have been working on the environmental side of coffee farming, but it has been very much focusing on farm boundaries, and we need to bring that to landscape boundaries, as has been mentioned before. And I think we need to bring it to a jurisdictional level so that the local governments can take ownership and can help to set the policy framework, the regulations, and the law enforcement that is required to actually get to sustainable coffee farming at a landscape or a jurisdictional level going into the future. We call it the production, protection, inclusion approach. To bring those worlds together, right? On the one hand, you have the world of finance and commerce that is focusing on production, and on the other hand, you have the world of the public and the NGOs, the environmental NGOs, focusing on protection, and that doesn't work. We need to find an approach that marries these different worlds. So therefore, that production, protection, inclusion approach. And what is relevant here is the concept of verified sourcing area. So what we are developing now is a methodology where you can link that proper behavior and the proper regulatory frameworks at the jurisdictional level, link that to the market through preferential sourcing, for instance, by the coffee industry, through what we call a verified sourcing area approach. So you do not necessarily have to certify each and every farmer, but rather you come up with a key KPIs that you put as a monitoring scheme at the landscape level, and then that allows companies to source from preferentially, hopefully, so that they give the right market signals to those jurisdictions that do better, if you like, than some of their competing production areas when it comes to, in this case, coffee. We're doing prototypes now on those VSAs in Brazil and Indonesia. It's being tested. That setup has been. Many of the coffee players are with us in that approach. The World Bank is with us. Rainforest Alliance is with us to see if we can really drive an approach that, again, allows for sustainable production, climate resilient production at the landscape and the jurisdictional level. I like to stress that point. We need to find ways where we can incentivize local governments, that if these governments that are in charge of those critical landscapes, if they do the right thing in terms of regulation and enforcement, that they are also incentivized through public finance, but also through the market that then actually honors their efforts to help sustain those landscapes into the future. Yeah, those were my contributions. I hope they were clear. Sorry for the PowerPoint, but that helped. That worked well, I think. Thank you very much, and I am looking forward to the questions. Thank you.
Thank to you, Joost, and I think very interesting to see this different model of blending finance, landscaping, and public-private sector. And again, this is stimulating a lot of questions, and there are a few ICO members and others that would like to put questions to both the three of you. But before that, we have also the great pleasure and opportunity to have also as a resource person, as a discussant, and also as a friend, we have Professor Machiavello, who is an assistant professor in management at LSE, who is involved in a number of activity with ICO on merger and acquisitions and for the next coffee report, and also with coffee sector actors. But I'd like to see, to put together all the different very rich presentation. What is your take in? What is your how you see that? How you can contribute to the debate? So Rocco, I'm very happy to give you the floor.
Well, first of all, Gerardo, thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm really honored of being part of this. I've been listening to the presentation, and they've been fantastic, and I've learned a lot. So this is a case where the more I speak, the less I learn. So I'll try to be brief. I'm going to share just a few points, mostly on issues related to the private sector, and these are kind of just thoughts that I pick up, particularly from Martin, but also Joost's presentation. The first one is this idea of resilience, which I think has become very sort of central to the debate on COVID. And normally, when we think about resilience, we think about resilience of our organization. We don't think about resilience across organizational boundaries. While I think the crisis is really putting the accent on the fact that when we think about resilience, we need to think about resilience of the whole chain. And in that sense, I think that what the crisis is telling us, or is confirming maybe, is that long-term business relationships based on trust are very important for resilience. It's a time of crisis that we learn who are the partners we can lean on in a way. And so that makes me say that I'm sort of hopeful, like some of the other panelists, that going forward, the crisis will sort of shift a little bit sourcing practices towards approaches that are more conducive to sort of long-term sustainable relationship. And there are many actors, I think, that in the coffee sector that already takes this type of approaches. And if anything, in fact, maybe the coffee sector is among the one that has been more at the forefront of this movement. But I'm kind of hopeful that that trend in sourcing practices will continue more broadly in coffee and as well. And a second and related point to this, I think, is the importance of large actors, large private companies in the middle of the chain. I'm thinking about the roasters, and I'm also thinking about the large traders. And sometimes these actors get a bad press, for a reason that I don't have to elaborate. But I actually think that the crisis is maybe telling us or is reminding us about the importance of these actors in a few ways. First, as James showed this earlier this morning, the crisis has been a lot about changing the distribution channels of coffee in the short term, essentially, with a move from out of off trade, on trade, onto home consumption. And so that kind of reallocation of business needed to happen in a smooth way in order for the sector as a whole to not suffer too much in the short term. And I think that the role of the large companies, their abilities to manage that shift through their relationship or through their integration strategies, I think has been really important for the chain as a whole in the short term. A second way in which these companies can be very important, many are already, and this is something that in terms of policy it might be worth thinking, is that as many of the panelists have noticed, have remarked, access to liquidity and access to finance is one of the main concerns. And the problem is that agricultural finance is very difficult in general, even without the COVID. And at the time of COVID, lenders are going to be particularly reluctant to go deeper and extend more support to the SMEs that are so central to the chain. But these SMEs are very often the suppliers of these large traders and these large companies. And so a lot of the support, I believe, in terms of finance can be channeled, can be more effectively channeled. By more effectively, I mean in terms of both targeting as well as reducing the default risk through the operation of the large companies that are sitting in the middle of the chain. And then I want to kind of offer a little bit more of a speculative thought that kind of build on a remark that Jose made on his presentation, the idea that maybe these companies can also be at the center, not just of liquidity provision in the chain, but also possibly, why not think of them also as entities that can help in disbursing some of the social protection, some of the social safety net to some of the most disadvantaged population. Now, this has to be looked at obviously context by context, but in many circumstances, these companies also are very large employers that are sort of therefore protecting employment during a time of crisis. They are buying directly or indirectly from many very small farmers that are indeed vulnerable to fall into poverty. And so there might be in coffee as well as in other chains the possibility of leveraging some of these companies, even to disburse some of the assistance that is more related to social protection. And then I wanted to, Martin ended his presentation, and many others have touched on the importance of digital platform. And again, here I think that I'm optimistic. I think we are on the verge of seeing in the coffee and maybe in other chains as well, the emergence of solutions that are going to be scalable, that are really going to connect farmers to consumers. And I think in terms of thinking about living income and in terms of thinking about transitioning to a system in which farmers are not just selling coffee, but are really kind of more also the selling, if you like, environmental sustainability and so forth. I'm really hopeful that some of these solutions that are emerging will really prove transformative. And so if that's the case, we might be in a post-COVID world, on which we kind of build better, as Martin was mentioning. And then a very final comment, I would say this: we are all navigating uncharted water, uncharted territory, which means that we are all trying new things, and often we are trying new things under a lot of hurry and without having a lot of time to think about what to do. And when we try new things and we adjust to a reality, then learning becomes a very important public good. Lesson that you might have learned in trying something new could be very valuable for other people that have to deal with a very similar problem down the line. And since the problem are quite common now, this general sentiment, I think, is particularly strong. And so to the extent that it's possible, I would encourage everybody from from government, from private organizations, from NGOs and others, to think about making sure that they also take the opportunity to learn about what they are doing now. And you know, academics, not necessarily like me, but other good academics, you know, might be people that are also interested in being part of those conversation and help with that. But let me stop here, and I look forward to the comments and the question from the audience. And again, thanks so much for inviting me to join this session.
Well, thank you, Rocco, for also, you know, try to put together a number of the elements from this very rich discussion. And I really much appreciate also your positive approach to see how things can turn and look in technology. I think we have now completed, let's say, the setting the scene and defining from different actors' point of view. So, of course, stay with us, and I think have also the other speakers in the morning with us. Now we have a few people they ask for the floor, and then what I see that there are a number of questions to different speakers. I also have the Jose, the executive director of the International Coffee Organization, they would like to also make some comments on this presentation. So, Jose, you have the floor.
Thank you, Gerardo. I have a question for both Martin and Leonard, who represent some of the biggest development donors in the world. And I think I'm not speaking just for myself, but for many ICO members. The ICO already benefits from support by the development agencies of Switzerland and Germany, but of course everybody wants more. Leonard and Martin, how can coffee growers, coffee institutions access more easily the funds available from your organizations, and how can the ICO help them? Thank you.
Okay, I think let me start by responding to that question, Jose. Thank you very much. You know, bank financing typically, of course, are through credits and loans to our client governments. So we engage with the public sector and extending loans and credits to governments who then invest in the agriculture sector, including, you know, in the coffee sector as well. I mean, we have quite a few you know, coffee-related interventions as part of our Productive Alliance projects in Latin America, which I think is actually quite interesting because, you know, I think Rocco said, you know, one of the things coming out of the COVID-19 is to build long-term relationships built on trust. And this is exactly what those Productive Alliances are doing. So I think there we have, but of course they operate at a relatively small scale level, at the farmers level, with the next firms in the value chain. To the extent, I mean, that we need to build up public-private partnership, as also as mentioned by Joost. I think this would be kind of somewhat interesting to explore. I mean, how we can actually bring that to the next level, and if we do so, I could see that we could partner with organizations like ICO. So not meaning channeling resources into ICO, but basically getting ICO involved in some of those projects that we do with the government of Honduras or the government of Vietnam, et cetera, et cetera. So this is how our financing model works. Thanks.
From our side, I explained earlier on, Jose. So there are two typologies of support. So the support through the financial institutions, which we all agree needs to be scaled up. And I think the first thing we need to do, whether in a virtual mode or in a physical mode, is in a Team Europe approach to rally behind our financial institutions, so EIB, AFD, KfW, FMO, and other players, to see what can be scalable, what are the bankable projects that we can do with your ICO members. In a COVID recovery mode, and our recovery model will be underpinned by the farm to fork, so a green recovery model. I think that is one, and the other is clearly in the programming, which we will start in the coming months for the period 2021-2027, is to identify flagships at country or regional level where we put the landscape approach that even Joost mentioned. How can we scale up at country level, whether it's Honduras or Vietnam or Uganda or the main ICO membership? That coffee and the landscape approach that we explained is part of the national agenda for growth and change. Now, we need to be clear. The shopping list of countries, understandably, is a long one. You can have 20 value chains, 25 value chains. So we need clearly, and I need to insist, having national policies which are driving this agenda that we spoke on today. Because the business as usual model, the model of 10, 15, 5 years ago, will not do the trick in the next period if we want to reach the SDGs by 2030. So it also involves our interlocutors have to be cross-cutting and interdepartmental. We can't continue just working with the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Commerce. We need to have the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Finance, in an approach which is cross-cutting, cross-sectorial, cross-departmental in a strategic way. And if ICO can help us to have that entry point, even in our dialogues at country level with our delegations, to design these flagship initiatives which can pave the way for commodities like coffee, but also others, in a holistic and medium to long-term approach, I think this could be the opportune moment, and it is the window of opportunity, because by 2021, the financing stream for the period up to 2027 will need to be done in the countries concerned. So approach us to actually facilitate those discussions, but most importantly, that they are country-driven processes which put a green economy approach to coffee value chains at the core of the agenda, and not maybe distorted markets or unsmart subsidies, which clearly will not be the way forward. Over.
I think Joost, you want also to comment on that, and Rocco, before I give the floor. We have Frederica Vuma from IACO and Giselle Morales from Nicaragua, the ambassador, to intervene.
Rocco, go ahead.
I don't have anything to add. I think this was very already. We said
it was very clear. Yeah.
Okay.
No, so I just want to re-emphasize what was said about what was defined earlier by Martinez as ecosystem services. I think the world, it seems like the carbon market is finally taking off for real, although we believed that to happen 10 years ago, and I think everybody was disappointed. But this time it seems to be real, right? And with the NDCs coming into place from next year onwards, also governments start to take it more seriously. And what you see is that many of the companies that you were talking about, Rocco, the roasters, but not just the roasters, also the traders, they are looking for offsetting opportunities, right? They all want to be carbon neutral or carbon positive, not next year, but depending on which consumers they are serving, sooner or some later. But still, it won't go away. and they are talking about what they call insetting rather than offsetting. So offsetting your scope 3 emissions through insetting programs in your supply chain, which I think is a great new business model for smaller farmers and ecosystem services. So if we do it right, then hopefully enriching soils by farmers does not just become a cost thing, but also a profit thing, right? So they do not just sell beans, but they sell carbon positive beans. Or we need a lot of technology for that, but the technology is going fast. At the moment, it's way too expensive, but the technology is also moving forward, and some people want me to believe that in the next year or so we are going to see satellite monitoring that allows for carbon measurement in soils. Well, if that would be true, then you really bring down those cost points, and then we hope to see a world where it becomes possible, not for smallies immediately, but over time, to come up with verified schemes that would allow for carbon insetting schemes benefiting smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have a few questions and a number of written ones, and I start to give the floor. Normally, we're supposed to be towards the end of the seminar, but I think if you would be happy to continue a little bit longer to stay with us, and then let me just quickly, while you think about it, give the floor to the first is Frederick, a woman from IACO, the Inter-African Coffee Organization, and who is asking for the floor. So Frederick, Fred, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to say thanks to all the speakers. And on the last point that Leonard mentioned, the need for the entry point for the EU in the case of Africa, I would say we have a partnership between the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization and the ICO, because IACO is an intergovernmental organization. So we have the link within each of the member states, and we have been working together with the ICO in the establishment of the Africa Coffee Facility. We have gone very far in our partnership also with the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, and the bank had in fact already allocated $500 million towards this blended finance approach so that we can begin to address these issues. Now, as COVID set in, we were supposed to have the launch of this facility in July, but because of the COVID, those banks, it's a small bank, so the resources have been diverted to other areas, and we are looking at a partnership, especially now with the EU. If the resources could be available, we have the approach of the blended finance. We have the opportunity of creating the pipeline for the support to the Africa coffee value chain. We are addressing the issues of the safety nets and engaging the youth in Africa. So I think it's a great opportunity for the bank, actually the bank, the World Bank, and the European Union working together with us and the ICO in ensuring that we can get this thing off the ground. The Commission of Agriculture has proposed that we could actually have a special webinar to discuss these things, so that the staff at the Africa Union Commission can be engaged. I think it would be a good way forward. Thank you very much.
If you allow me, there are two more questions from the two members from the ICO. One is the ambassador of Nicaragua, and then the ambassador of Honduras. So if you like to let them also make their own questions, and then we can make this round. And let's say if you can stay a little bit longer, we can also read some of the questions. I think that some of them are very, very interesting and relevant. Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you, ICO Director Seted and Head of Operation, Mr. Pataconi, and all the staff for the organization of this important seminar, and all the speakers for sharing important insights, each of one of you, that allow us as a member of ICO to analyze better the impact and the possible actions to mitigate and develop strategies to counteract COVID, but also post-COVID. I want also to share with you that within the framework of the national strategy against COVID, our government has deployed through the National System of Production, Consumption and Commerce and the National Commission of the Transformation and Development of Coffee Sector, which is a public and private entity, actions and financial and human resources to prevent, mitigate and counteract the effects of the pandemic in the Nicaraguan coffee sector, to protect life of the production value chain through the health monitoring and surveillance system, and facilitating the mobilization of coffee production and export, delivering technological packages and ongoing assistance to protect the income of coffee growers, who represent 50% of the national population, and ensure the sustainability and strengthening of the post-COVID-19 sector. I was very happy to hear all the initiatives that have been developing in the last few months, and from all your organizations, from the European Commission, from the World Bank, and from everyone, all the studies in the academia, and we truly consider that ICO could be a very good conveyor to continue this dialogue and the implementation on all these initiatives in the producing countries. We look forward as a member of ICCO to continue working together hand in hand, in alliance, in partnership with all, to ensure a recovery and better future of coffee world, a more sustainable, balanced, equal coffee sector, and above all, for the hands and lives that produce this beautiful drink. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And let me give also the floor to our friend, Ambassador of Honduras, Ivan Romero Martinez. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Gerardo. And a special thanks for Leonard, Martin, Rocco, Josh, and all who participate in this important seminar. Again, I want to highlight the importance of this seminar. Thank you very much. The important conference are very useful, and we hope that that will be distributed for the benefit of those who have not had the opportunity to listen. And my capacity of permanent representative of Honduras, the fifth world coffee exporter, and the first in Central America, I'm very happy to hear all the important opinion you have said this morning. And of course, we appreciate all the cooperation, all the suggestion, and all the advice you can give our government and our people. We need the international cooperation, we need consultation, and exchange of ideas. As example, you do this morning. We can work without the support of the international organization, and your expertise we take very serious, sir, and congratulate the International Coffee Organization for this seminary. We have the open heart and the open country for you. Most of you, all I see so have been in Honduras, and we invite again to go there and to work together with the government and especially with the people who are the person who must suffer in this situation. Thank you for the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Ambassador. I appreciate your contribution to the debate. And then, as I say, it is we have about 10 more minutes, if you can indulge again. And I would like to read some of the questions. There are many of them. Some of them are long and some of them are very specific. So if you're ready to stay a little bit longer, some people have in the evening or night. The question is for Martin from Nora Hanna, Livelihood Head at Rainforest Alliance. So in the Horn of East Africa, not only do we see the effect of COVID-19 on coffee producers, but also the expected devastating effect of the desert locust pest. Both combined threatens the lives of millions of coffee producers in general. How can we target this population in particular to receive needed support and relief? What are the plans of the World Bank? Are these plans alone or in coordination with others? This is the first question. And again, also for Martin from Terry Lai from France, reduce cost of food. How it is possible without putting under pressure farmers? As you know, huge agriculture companies try as much as possible to reduce their purchase prices in the coffee sector and all food sectors as well. And then let me see if I have some more question. The question from Alice Karuri and for Martin is interesting information on pricing of this $2.5 coffee cup. The owner of the coffee shop premises expect rent to be paid, staff at wages perhaps about minimum wage rate, manufacturers of napkins make profit, governments get the taxes, roaster and traders make the profit. The 1% to farmers barely covers production cost and is an economic justice. How can this be solved? So this is a very difficult question for Leonard. Sorry to read all of them, so that is we distribute a little bit. During this pandemic, some consuming countries are implementing policy and measure affect the delays in trade process. Is there any update about policy that will be implemented by the European Union in the new normal regarding rules of import? Is any impact on that rule of trade and import? And then also, I think this one has some of the questions. If you could allow me to respond.
All right. Thank you very much, Gerardo, for those questions. I mean, so let me start on the question when it comes to desert locust. The bank actually put in place, I mean, 10 days ago, a $500 million facility to help countries in Africa and the Middle East and North Africa to respond, I mean, to the locust outbreak. I mean, the first 4 countries that are receiving support under that we call multi-phase programmatic approach include Ethiopia, Uganda, Somalia, Djibouti, and South Sudan. We also bring in Yemen. We know, I mean, from our remote sensing, you know, the bank as well as from other institutions, I mean, that West Africa is also under threat. So we are kind of looking how this multi-phase programmatic approach that we put in place can be expanded to West Africa as well. And discussions have already started, I mean, with governments in that respect. At the same time also, I mean, again, the outbreak of locust shows, I mean, the underinvestment in preventive measures. If you talk to the experts, I mean, a locust outbreak, factoring also the effect of climate change, was never a matter of if, just a matter of when. Facilities have been put in place. This is not the first time, I mean, that we see a locust outbreak in Africa. But unfortunately, I mean, those kind of early response systems have not been maintained. And also, I think countries, I mean, we knew 2 years ago, I mean, that this locust outbreak actually was coming. So it's kind of unfortunate that we're in this situation. It's very difficult to see countries to take proactive action. This is not just about locusts, it's the same for COVID-19. So I think the lesson learned should be, I mean, if there's one lesson learned for COVID-19 and locusts, I mean, is to make sure that actually countries invest in prevention and do that in a sustained fashion. The question on the other two questions I think are related. I mean, how can you increase farm gate prices? Well, at the same time, there's a huge pressure to keep prices low. How can you increase, I mean, the share of the coffee farmer in the price of that cup of coffee? I mean, I showed it on one of my slides. I think there are two ways, I mean, to look at it. I mean, one is to the extent, I mean, that farmers provide ecosystem services that represent public goods. I mean, think about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We think, I mean, that farmers, I mean, need to be compensated for this, and actually that public resources should be made available to do so. And that should be one of the focus on repurposing, I mean, this almost $600 billion in public support that is provided now to agriculture annually. It goes back to what I said, I mean, that we should see farmers not just as producers of food, but also as providers of critical ecosystem services. When we do our economic and financial analysis of our project, we bring in, I mean, the greenhouse gas emission reductions and the carbon footprint, and using an economic price of $40 a ton, which is way above, I mean, the market price of carbon. But we think, I mean, that the societal value of carbon actually exceeds the current market price. And of course, if you look at the latest publications from IMF, I mean, they're actually putting the economic opportunity cost and therefore the price of carbon actually at $75 a ton. So I think if you factor that in and you actually reward farmers accordingly, you're able to actually increase farmers' incomes, while at the same time, I mean, making sure that their production of food, this case coffee, I mean, remains competitive. And the second is what we discussed, and Joost also mentioned it, I mean, the whole discussion about living income and living wages. I think that would be another way of seeing how we can boost incomes of the producers of the primary products, the farmers. I think, you know, bringing in digital probably would reduce some of those transaction costs that are normally, you know, I mean, associated with those type of schemes. That actually would make it more attractive. I mean, putting in place some of those schemes. Finally, one other point I want to make, and it goes back to the question of Jose about World Bank financing. Besides the World Bank financing to loans and credits, the World Bank also is an implementing agency of the Food Systems, Land Use and Restoration Impact Program of the Global Environment Facility, which is a program of about $300 million total, that seeks to address the negative externalities in value chains, remove deforestation from value chains, as well as expand the restoration of degraded lands. And so this $300 million program will focus on selected global food supply chains or commodities. And I know that coffee actually is one of them. And I would expect, I mean, that in that context of that program, there might be opportunities, I mean, for collaboration with ICO. My colleague, Chris Brett, is managing that program, so he can follow up with Gerardo after the seminar to see what the concrete possibilities are in that specific program. Thanks. Back to you, Gerardo.
Thank you so much. Leonard?
I had two questions. So I think ICO and ourselves with Afri-Exim Bank and our Team Europe approach can probably organize an event around financing and blended finance around value chains in the African context. especially given that normally there is a scheduled EU-Africa summit at the end of October, including back-to-back an EU-Africa business forum. So I think ICO can get in touch with us in terms of seeing to what extent African coffee producers and coffee suppliers can actually be involved both in the business forum, but also having the African Union pushing this facility as African Union to see how we can support the facility in terms of its rollout and what are the issues. I don't think the issue of COVID per se should be a bottleneck. I think what is important is that if we can design a product which has a number of bankable projects, and there is the appetite to de-risk it by the financial institutions, including our European financial institutions, this should not be a problem which is linked to COVID per se. So this should be done clearly ASAP, because the summit is normally scheduled in the end of October. So Gerardo, get in touch with us. Clearly, we also need the buy-in of the African Union commissioners at the highest level. This is a summit, so it also requires, as we know, political buy-in, so that, again, we don't have 15 value chains as much as possible. Everything is important, but there is also a question of prioritization of value chains, which needs to be factored in any summit. So the other thing was on licensing or trade barriers. I would like to know specifically what would be these trade barriers or licensing procedures within the EU. Clearly, there might have been periods during which there could have been bottlenecks, but we don't have any restrictions. Normally, the issue of VAT, again, it's a national competence. Fiscal policy is a national issue which can be adjusted at national states. So again, Gerardo and your team, if there are specific bottlenecks or restrictions which you think that some of member states are doing, tell us, and we will liaise with the national authorities through the appropriate channels in taxation or in finance. Over.
Well, thank you very, very much. I think we are a little bit late, and I don't know, there's still so many questions, and I believe that we cannot keep you waiting more. We have also, the privilege to have the chair of the council that he would like to make some final comments. And Jose, well, thank you very much for your active participation, and to Rocco, that we will continue definitely working together. And Joost, I mean, thanks for sharing that. I think we need to again talk more in detail and see, you know, all this facility, how can be scaled up. I think this is an opportunity for us to both strengthen our research agenda, but also to provide members with opportunity for accessing resource and funding, and also sharing the best practices. So I'm just sharing so again, thank you very much, and thank you everybody. I apologize for those that will not be able to give the floor, but these questions we will pass it to our distinguished speakers and panelists, and then up to us, and some they addressed to the ICO will try to reply. Unfortunately, you know, this is a limited time because we are capturing people from different parts of the world. So then people is very late, like I believe our chairman, Mr. Pambagio. Thank you very much for being with us. And then I would like to give you the floor to give us a few words. And then I will also ask Jose to maybe having a final from the ICO. Thank you very much, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, Honorable Heads of Delegation, Executive Director, very distinguished speaker, and yourself, Gerardo, heads of international organization, CEOs, leaders of industries, participants. It has been indeed a pleasure to stay and follow closely the discussion that
took place during our webinar today. I think I learned a lot of the issue that we raised, and it seems to me that it is not that simple that earlier I thought. It's not simply about the demand and supply, but how to meet the demand side and the supply side. Some of you talking about issue of port closing, containers, and so on and so forth. So for that, and on behalf of the council, I would convey my highest appreciation to all speakers, all moderator, and of course all the attendees who have shared their assessment of the situation and how we may address it. Beginning tomorrow, the council will hold its 126th session, and we will examine all ideas which have been expressed and discussed today and transform them into a policy recommendation around the possible resources for us to personalize such a recommendation. But before we can see any recommendation takes effect, there's one thing that we all can do to help the coffee sectors, in particular in time of pandemic COVID-19. It is embarking on a campaign to utilize the online platform to help people getting their coffee, like the one that I mentioned earlier at the opening about the online campaign in Indonesia called One Coffee. So if there's one thing that I should emphasize out of our discussion today, it is about the need for closer partnership between public and private sector, as well as second collaboration with international development agencies. The impact of the COVID-19 on coffee industry has been unprecedented, with coffee farmers being the hardest hit in the entire value chain. The situation cannot be addressed in silos, in vacuum, where individual countries take their own corrective actions. The situation requires all stakeholders and government agencies to work in tandem, in unison. We know there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and it is the reason for us to start the coordinated response with multi-stakeholders. We can start by focusing on strategies and solutions through public-private passports under the ICO framework, which gathers government, private sectors, international organizations, and one forum. Consumers are also encouraged to play their part in helping coffee supply chain stays afloat. In short, no one can whistle a symphony, as it takes the whole orchestra to play. And last point I would like to convey is that the crisis always offers an opportunity if we handle it right. This is a golden opportunity for us to lay a stronger foundation for a sustainable coffee sector covering the three aspects of economy, social, and climate. In ICO, we have this 5-year action plan, Resolution 465, the public-private task force mandated by the London Declaration to attain a sustainable coffee sector. I hope views and recommendations that we got from our webinar today can significantly add the momentum to it. Also, I just shortcut my closing remarks. Once again, thanks to you all, and I wish you the best health and safety. So with that, perhaps I will pass the screen to Jose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your closing remark, Mr. Chairman, and we'll see you then tomorrow again for starting a very important council meeting. And then I believe that I will have to, in order to conclude with the best part, and then I will give the floor to the Executive Director to thank everybody and to close this seminar. I think very successful.
Thank you, Gerardo. I'd like to start first by thanking all the presenters. It was a very enriching experience, a very diverse experience also. In the first half, we saw some expert analysis of what is happening to coffee with COVID, And I was very pleased to see that much of this analysis coincides with our own thoughts. I know we are in early stages yet, and it's very hard to know what is going to happen. But I think there is quite a bit of coincidence around the major factors and what are the most important actions that we have to take to move forward. And here I will list some which came to my mind during the discussion. Is the concept of living income, which is taking hold more and more throughout coffee and throughout agricultural value chains. The continued importance of gains in productivity to make farming viable. Another factor that I was particularly struck by is the importance of liquidity and access to finance, and also the importance of enhancing digital technology, especially in this contactless era, and all of which contribute to help us rethink value chains to make them more resilient and shorter. There are some long-term effects that concern me. I heard with great attention the estimate of the FAO that economic growth will fall by 5%, and that this recession is likely to last 24 months. This is something that we must all bear in mind. And I'm also very concerned about the state of the specialty coffee market. And I always like to say that the importance of specialty coffee goes far beyond the actual volume that is involved. But it is a crucial way to excite people about coffee, to bring new consumers into coffee. And the possible setback to this sector for me is a great concern. For me, the most important lesson of the seminar is the question of partnerships and how we are stronger if we work together, both in effective public-private dialogues. And here I will remind our public about the Coffee Public-Private Task Force that is still in its beginning stages, but also about the collaboration within the multilateral system of which the ICO is a part. And I'm very glad to see institutions such as the World Bank and the European Commission being represented in this seminar, because I think we are all stronger together. And with that, I will close, but to ICO members, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow and Friday for our virtual council meeting. Thank you very much.
Then I think we declare closed a successful seminar, and social distancing doesn't, block coffee sector and all the coffee lovers and partners to be together. Thank you very much. Have a nice good night and nice evening. Thank you. Bye.